To welcome you today to our conference on education savings accounts, the new frontier in school choice. I'd like to thank AEI and the Foundation for Excellence in Education for sponsoring and helping us put together today's conference, along with Gerard Robinson, Adam Pischak, and Rick Hess. Those are the editors of the volume that will be coming out as a product of this conference. I'd like to also give a hearty thanks to Elizabeth English, who has given us the support to chase down the 1,000 details that had to be taken care of to put this together. Last week was Charter Schools Week, and the school choice world was sort of focused on charters, which have been one of the largest school choice success stories. But today we're looking towards the future of choice, and ESAs, or education savings accounts, have a good shot at being the next frontier in that future. So ESAs, as you will hear much more from our panelists today, are state programs that give funding directly to families so that they can exercise their own choices over their students' education, not just limited to schools, but to use in an inclusive array of education service providers in ways that we really can't foresee. As with any new frontier, there's great promise, there's lots of potential, and there are pitfalls. And so we've commissioned 9 papers from experts across the country to examine those today. These 9 papers will be put together into edited volume that will come out through publisher Rowan and Littlefield, rather, after the conference. And today you're going to get a sneak peek at the content of these chapters from our distinguished authors. We have 3 panels and a lunch conversation today. The first panel, which will begin in just a few minutes, we'll sort of go over the logic of ESAs. At 10:45, we'll have a panel on creating functioning marketplaces with ESAs. Over lunch at noon, we'll have Congressman Luke Messer and Betsy DeVos, who are going to have a conversation with AEI's own Gerard Robinson. And the final panel will be on the experiences of parents, practitioners, and the politics of ESAs. Following each panel, we'll have some moderated Q&A, taking questions from the audience. Before we begin, I want to remind everybody, please silence your cell phones. We will be taking questions from the audience. The event is also live streamed, and we'll be taking questions over Twitter as well. If you want to post anything, please use hashtag ESAs at AEI, no spaces or punctuation. If for those who are not able to be here or catch it online, the webcast will be available as soon as we're done here today for those who missed it. So let's move on to our first panel. We have 3 authors and a discussant to take us through the basic logic of ESAs. We have Max Eden. He is our discussant today. He's a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute, where he studies early education, school choice, and higher education reform. Before joining the Manhattan Institute, he was the program manager at a little place called the Education Policy Study Shop at AEI. He's been the co-editor of an education agenda for 2016, Conservative Solutions for Expanding Opportunity, and he's been published in a number of outlets, Journal of School Choice, Washington Post, U.S. News and World Report, a long list. So we're glad to have Max as our discussant. Matt Ladner is going to kick off our introduction, our panel today. He's the Senior Advisor of Policy and Research for the Foundation of Excellence in Education, and he's also a Senior Fellow with the Foundation for Educational Choice and the Goldwater Institute. Matt has served in this list is too long to go through, Matt. He has written volumes on school choice, charter schools, and special education reform. He's testified before Congress, the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, other groups, and today he will testify before you. We have Tim Keller as well, who's the managing attorney for the Institute for Justice Arizona. where he litigates school choice and other constitutional cases at state and federal courts. He has led the Institute's defense of Arizona's individual scholarship tax credit program, which culminated in a U.S. Supreme Court victory for the Arizona Christian School Tuition Organization. He's also successfully defended Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Account Program, the ESA, which he also helped design. Last but not least, we have Adam Pischak, the Director of Choice and Impact at the Foundation for Excellence in Education. Adam provides strategic support to state leaders interested in developing and implementing choice programs. Since 2014, he has focused on ESAs and has worked in multiple states to advise them on their ESA program policy formation process and through implementation. Matt's going to start us off, and we'll move across the dais. Take it away.
Great. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to give you a little history of ESAs and how they came about, where they came from, and a little bit of why they're important. This photograph, this picture actually, is a painting of a story from a Greek myth. It's the birth of Athena, right? In the Greek myth, Athena, Zeus, the mighty king of the gods, has this terrible headache, right, which he sort of feels building in his skull. And he calls the surgeon, basically, and opens his skull, and out pops the goddess of wisdom, fully formed and armed for battle, right? And use this as a metaphor in the paper because this is how we often look at the process of inventing new products, new technologies, new practices, right? We have this sort of idea that some mighty being brings this new thing forth. And it's like a miraculous, sort of process. And this summer I read a book by Matthew Ridley called The Evolution of Everything. And this sort of cult that we have of Steve Jobs and inventors and whatnot is actually completely and utterly wrong. And when I read about how things actually get done in this book, I thought to myself, this is actually exactly what happened with ESAs in Arizona, where I live and Tim lives. The way Matthew Ridley describes invention is a process. He said, for any given patent, for instance, there's usually 5 or 6 other teams or individuals that are banging on the door to the patent office to get a patent for almost the same thing. And what happens is that new things happen when they are ripe, when it is time for them, when there's a need for them, then we develop them, okay? Now, with ESAs, ESAs actually came about, they had been proposed several times in the past. Coons and Sugarman back in 1978 wrote an entire book about a multi-vendor sort of approach to education. It wasn't ripe yet. In 2003, the great Milton Friedman proposed something that sounded a lot like ESAs in an interview, that he called, quote, partial vouchers, right? Where he imagined people being able to use more than one vendor. Again, it wasn't ripe. The story of ESAs, like all stories about the future, kind of starts in the distant past, right? And what had happened is that Arizona had passed a school voucher program for children with disabilities. And that program was legally challenged and eventually struck down based on something called a Blaine Amendment. Now, you may find this difficult to believe, but in the 19th century and early 20th century, there was actually an outbreak of nativism here in the United States where people started perhaps blaming their problems on the dangerous others. In this case, Catholics. These Catholics were scary people that were coming and whatnot, and they had to be, sort of put in their place. So states like Arizona were actually required to pass constitutional language that excluded public funding for what were called sectarian schools. Public schools at the time were pervasively religious, but they were, quote, non-sectarian, which means they were acceptable to Methodists, Episcopalians, and whatnot. This language actually was used to strike down the voucher program, okay? And an irony, now Justice Clint Bullock and I attended the oral arguments that Tim actually led, but we had to leave halfway through the arguments. For some silly reason, we had to leave, so we didn't actually see what happens next. So after this was struck down, we started working on a way. How do we get a program? This is a program for special needs students. We really want this. We basically, at this point, the ESA idea is ripe, right? We could actually do this, and we had a reason to suspect that the court might see it differently. We went to go talk to Tim, and Tim told us, you have to watch the oral arguments on the voucher case. And we said, well, we were there. And he said, no, you didn't see it all, right? Sure enough, in the latter half of those oral arguments, the Arizona Supreme Court had left us this trail of breadcrumbs to follow, which we followed. And today, in Arizona, school vouchers are unconstitutional, but ESAs are acceptable, right? Because why? Because what we're giving parents is an account of money that they control, and they decide where the money is spent. There is no requirement that they actually go to a private or religious school, whereas that was the only way a school voucher program could be used. So it's an unusual set of circumstances that lead to this, and there was a lot of kind of random chance, but that's sort of how the world works. So the big problem we're trying to solve here, I could show this in various different ways, but in a lot of in normal life, the world keeps getting better and better and better all the time. Over here on the left, we see that farmers are feeding far more people per farmer these days. And over here on the right, we see that our spending on education has gone way up, but our outputs have not. Our education system is basically an exception to a general broad trend of improvement, whether you want to look at technology, certain types of services, certainly products, your initial cell phone costs the equivalent of $8,500, for instance. How do we get the education space to enjoy the same sort of improvements that we see around the country? And we think the answer to this is that you have to get parents to consider opportunity costs, okay? When they are judging school education providers, they have to not just consider whether these things are good or not, but whether they're worth it or not, right? That creates the institutional incentive for service providers to come in and provide the cheapest possible products that are also desirable to parents, right? This is how normal life works, right? People are trying to get the best products possible to consumers at the lowest possible price. Our education system has been largely divorced for that entire process. So finally, in the paper, we have 5 states that have adopted ESAs at this point. Arizona was the first. Tennessee, Mississippi, Florida have also adopted. And then Nevada did a statewide program that is currently under court challenge. I think Tim might tell you a little bit about. In the paper, I spent some time talking about challenges to this program. There are a lot of people who object to it on equity grounds, and I simply asked them to consider the question of compared to what? The Nevada program actually gives more money to low-income kids, and if you want to compare it to some sort of Platonic ideal of equity, it falls short. If you want to compare it to the public school system in Nevada, it's downright progressive, okay? So in Nevada, over here on the right, we have a school from Incline Village, and where they spend $13,340 per student. And over on the left is a portable building, one of the many portable buildings used in Clark County, suburban Las Vegas, where they spend $8,000 per pupil. Okay, it is typical in the public school system that we give the most to the kids who start with the most. These type of ESA systems have the chance to do the opposite of that, actually give more to students who start with the least. So we have the opportunity to meaningfully address equity concerns in a way that the public school system simply doesn't. But in discussing these issues, it is very important that we do them in context of the real world rather than some sort of imagined world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Tim, take it away.
How do you know that your education reform efforts are on the right track? How do you know that what you've passed is the way of the future, the way to go? Well, one measure is does your legislation get challenged in court by the teachers' unions? Do the defenders of the education status quo get up in arms after your legislation has been signed? The first modern school choice program was adopted in 1991, and since that day, there hasn't been a single day that my colleagues and I at the Institute for Justice have not been in court someplace in this country defending an education program from constitutional and legal attack. These efforts culminated in what I would call the first phase of litigation in 2002 when the U.S. Supreme Court upheld Cleveland's school voucher program against an attack under the federal Constitution's Establishment Clause. The U.S. Supreme Court said that the Cleveland program was constitutional under the federal Constitution for two reasons. Number one, it was completely religiously neutral. The state, the government, did not put its thumbs on the scales either in favor of religion or in favor of non-religion. And instead, number two, it left the decision of where to enroll children completely in the hands of parents. Where the money flows was the product of private choice, genuine private choice. So there was no violation of the federal Constitution, which meant that we began what I call phase two of the school choice litigation, which was a shift to state courts. This is what Robert Shannon, who was the National Education Association's then chief counsel, listen to what he promised. Quote, "We will continue to challenge voucher and choice programs under state constitutions on whatever grounds available to us, from lofty principles such as church and state separation." I need my prop now. "To Mickey Mouse procedural issues like the single subject rule." And let me tell you this, the teachers' unions and other opponents to school choice have been true to their promise. And we have seen litigation filed against new programs all across the country. Now, sometimes this can be a good thing. Here's a quote from one of my personal heroes, Tony McGee, who is the founder of the Lagunitas Brewing Company based in Southern California. He says this in his book. The title is So You Want to Start a Brewery? He says this, "When things go well, you learn almost nothing. In failure, there is learning." And as Matt said, in 2009, we encountered a failure. The Arizona Supreme Court struck down two voucher programs that were designed to serve kids with disabilities and kids in the foster care system. They did so under a provision of the Arizona Constitution that says that the government, or that there shall be no appropriations of public funds in aid of private or sectarian schools. And the court emphasized in its decision that because parents had, quote unquote, no choice but to use their vouchers at a private or sectarian school, the vouchers must be in aid of those schools. So as Matt said, we followed a trail of breadcrumbs that was laid out by the Supreme Court beginning in the oral arguments and then laid out in their decision to create a program where parents did not have to use their benefits at a private school. They could use them on a variety of educational goods and services. And lo and behold, after we passed the program, it was challenged in court. And we successfully argued that this program is different than the voucher program, and it survived constitutional challenge in Arizona. And we were, of course, excited, but what we were also surprised was how quickly this program caught fire across the country. The policy design was new, it was innovative, it was exciting, it was the product of failure, but it was really something that caught the hearts and minds of legislators and policymakers nationwide. And now we've seen 7 programs passed. Well, we've had a couple vetoed.
Oh yes, that's correct. That's the
we've seen legislation passed
Right.
in I believe 7 states, 2 vetoed, and we have 5 programs up and running now. The largest of which is in Nevada. And of course, Nevada's program is nearly universal. And I see we've got Scott Hammond here, who was the senator who sponsored the legislation. We should give him a round of applause for his efforts. I had the great pleasure of working with him through the process, and what a treat that was, what a delight it was. Take advantage of his presence here today, get to know him, and ask him lots of questions. He's got lots of insights into how to get these programs passed. But it is challenged. There's 2 separate lawsuits in Nevada challenging the program. One of those lawsuits in the district court, the trial court level in Nevada, the judge there enjoined the program. So it is currently on hold and we are currently in front of the Nevada Supreme Court on appeal in that case. Now, the issue in that case is very different from the one we encountered in Arizona. We're not dealing with a Blaine Amendment. We're not dealing with a religion clause. We're dealing with a provision that says that the legislature shall pass as its first appropriations bill a bill to fund the public school system. And for some reason, the trial court decided that the voucher or the ESA program violates that provision. It's a peculiar ruling, and we're confident that we're going to be able to prevail on that issue. But there are several other issues that we're facing. And basically, in my chapter, that I lay out all of the different constitutional provisions that you may find in various state constitutions, and give you some advice on how to draft ESAs if your state constitution happens to contain one or more of the various Mickey Mouse provisions or other provisions that Mr. Shannon promised he and his allies would rely on to challenge programs. The takeaway, the real important piece of advice that I can give you right here, right now, is that if you are in the process of drafting an ESA program, please reach out to folks like Matt, myself, Adam. We've all been involved in all of these various efforts, and one of the things Matt used to say early on was that we're building the plane as we're flying it. And with every single new program we pass, we learn something new. We learn about different ways these programs can be challenged with different constitutional provisions in different states. We learn different ways to draft these bills. So please reach out to us so that we can take a hard look at the language in your bills, and for the folks at IJ, that we can take a close look at your state constitutions and do our best to help you design and tailor a program that'll meet your state's needs. The reality is, just like there's no one-size-fits-all approach to designing or to educating students, there is no one-size-fits-all approach to designing an ESA. Every state has to do it themselves. They have to tailor it individually, and we're here to help.
Thank you, Tim. Adam Pischak.
Thank you. So I'm going to pull an audible and talk about something a little different, because I don't know if it's sunk in just kind of how fast and how kind of revolutionary these accounts are. So Tim mentioned that these are growing pretty quickly. If you think about voucher programs, the first voucher program passed in 1990 in Milwaukee, and a decade later we had only gotten to 4 programs nationally, private school choice. The first ESA program was passed in 2011, and since then we now have 5 programs, including a near universal program where 93 or 95% of the state's K-12 population is eligible to get a state-funded education savings account to spend on a number of different uses. There are 16 other states that in 2015 had filed a bill. So what you can see on this map is the purple states are the states that have an ESA program. The darker states are 11 of those had bills filed in 2016, and there were an additional 6 states that had bills filed in 2016 also, or in 2015, but not 2016. So more than half the states have had ESA bills filed in across the country within 5 years of the first program passing. And on top of that, voucher programs were a decade-long thing. Milton Friedman was talking about them in the 50s, and it took till the 90s to get them. The ESAs really, I think, kind of started coming around in the mid-2000s when someone named Dan Lips was one of the first people to write about this. He wrote an article. He was at the Heritage Foundation at the time and wrote an article talking about we could have these things called ESAs, and we could have funds deposited into them. Instead of just going for tuition, we can use them on a number of different things. And he called this a revolutionary idea, which had no idea passing. Within a decade later, 5 states had adopted it, one of them universal. So things are moving very, very fast. And I only have a few minutes to talk, but I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of what's been happening on the ground in terms of implementation. Tim had said, that Matt also says that this is like building a plane as you're flying it. The problem also is that we're not building the plane. We're having a lot of times state departments of education build this plane while we're flying it, which if you know anything about state departments of education, they're not always the most innovative people. So we need to think about new ways of approaching implementation of these programs, because regardless of how great a bill is, the vast majority of the program's effectiveness is going to happen at the implementation level, because really important things like we talk about education savings accounts, but what are these accounts? The accounts that are created usually by the administrator. They're not legislated. these are so new that we don't really have a go and do exactly what they did, because these are things that are being made up as we go along. So I talk a lot about the differences between the programs in my chapter. So if you want to look at that, there's this charts in the chapter. You can see kind of who's eligible, how things are funded, who the administrator is, and all that. But because of time, I'm not going to go into this specifically. I want to talk about those last two things: the administrator and the account structure. So when we're talking about creating accounts, I think what we're trying to do is kind of find the right spot between preventing fraud and allowing parents to have a program that's easy for them to use. Now, most of the things that have been applied so far are kind of on one end of the spectrum. The first ones are reimbursement systems. So those are a little bit more on the fraud prevention spectrum. How these work are, parents go and they pay for things out of pocket, and then they submit receipts and forms to an administrator, and then they wait forever how long for the administrator to process them and then give them a check for the amounts. The problem with this is that while they're really good at having an eye on every single expenditure, they're really difficult to scale, and they're really hard on parents. First of all, because I don't like any system that's going to require parents to spend $2,000 or whatever it is out of their own pocket to pay for something and then wait a month, 2 months to get reimbursed by the state. And it's highly inequitable to low-income families who probably don't have the ability to pay for things up front. And the second thing is probably even more important. It's that they're not easy to scale. So this is a good way to think about this. In Florida has the largest private school choice program in the country, and in 2014-15, there were 70,000 kids in the Florida Tax Credit Scholarship Program. So if you look at this on the left side, that's 70,000 is the yellow bar. Next to that, the small one is about 1,500. That's the number of schools that were being served. So for every child, there were 46 schools, or for every 46 kids, there was one school. So pretty easy to implement. You have very few kind of expenditures and a lot of people. Now, this is the same state, and this is the same people, Step Up for Students, that are implementing this program. And if you look at that, there were 1,500 kids in the state, so the same number of schools. But despite having 2% of the participation rate of the tax credit program, they had 10 times as many individual expenditures they had to go through. And that's because when we're talking about ESAs, we're not talking about just private school tuition. We're talking about tutoring, possibly, talking about online courses, talking about therapists for students with special needs. We're talking about tutoring, a number of different things, savings for college, rolling that into a college prepaid plan. So the number of expenditures is vastly larger. So I can't imagine what the administrative burden will be when this program gets to 10,000 kids, possibly 100,000 or so expenditures that the administrator is having to go through every single year. So we need to think about this smarter. We're moving from school choice to educational choice, but along with that, we need to move the way that we operationalize this to a much smarter, consumer-driven way. Now, the second way that people have been using them are debit cards. Now, debit cards have kind of been the ideal thing for a long time, but the more I study them, the less I see them as really being the ideal. The way it works is basically debit cards are set up with these things called merchant category codes. So there are 4 different codes that if I'm a business, I set up to take credit cards, I get assigned one of these. There's about 800 MCC codes. So what the Department of Education in Arizona did was they went through these 800 MCC codes and identified about 40 that could kind of conceivably fit into an ESA program. So things like education and bookstores and that sort of thing. And they serve as kind of a gatekeeper, so that if I go and I swipe my card at an elementary school, which is MCC code 8211, it'll go through. But if I go and try to swipe it at a liquor store, which is MC code 5921, it won't go through. So this is a good gatekeeper on the front end. The problem is that once you get into a store that has that MCC code, you can buy whatever you want within that store. So a lot of these MC codes are pretty broad, like bookstores. So, for instance, there's a parent in Arizona who went to a bookstore and bought a big screen TV because it fit within the MCC code. So while debit cards are kind of better on the easy-to-use spectrum, they don't really fit into the kind of fraud prevention. Now, a lot of people will say, well, we should move more towards like health savings accounts, because you can go to get a health savings account card and you can go to CVS and you can use it to buy medicine, but if you go and buy a bag of chips, it's not going to work. The problem there is that the infrastructure that set that up is because the IRS has ruled and made regulations that if you want to receive HSA funds, you have to have this standardized inventory list out there to be able to accept them. So unless we want to leave AEI and go to the IRS and demand for more K-12 regulations, this is probably not something we're going to get until ESAs are large enough to have kind of an impetus to have this. So, depressing. What are we going to do? I'm kind of looking towards online payment systems as the future of this stuff. So there's a lot of providers out there that focus on this, both with health savings accounts, charter schools, a lot of other things. And they kind of use the power of the internet and computers to be able to do this in real time. So through an online payment system, some of the systems out there that operate, you can limit payments between individual parents and people who are providers that are within the system. You can use a lot of things like being able to track expenditures in real time, so you don't have to go through this kind of rigmarole of we're going to get all of these paper receipts, send them to the Department of Education, 3 months later we'll get a reimbursement. You can track them in real time, and you can do a lot of innovative things that you can't do with a traditional system. So I have to wrap up, but let's give 2 examples. One of them is Benefit Wallet. After the Nevada program passed, congratulations, Senator Hammond, the most innovative program in the country, the first thing I thought of is how the heck are we going to implement this giant program? We can't do what's been done before. So I spent a lot of time, me and John Bailey, my colleague, looking around who could do this. So we basically cold called dozens of HSA providers, online providers, to figure out, we need to get people in this space. There's this notion that there's kind of this private sector out there that's staring at the K-12 industry and waiting to get in any nook and cranny. If you talk to these people, they have absolutely no idea that these things exist. So we had to go out there and educate them. Here's what they are. Here's why they're good. Here's why we need you to come in here. So 90% of these conversations didn't go anywhere, but one of them, Benefit Wallet, did. And Benefit Wallet has a long history of doing health savings account, flexible spending accounts. And after kind of studying it and learning it's something they could do, they're like, this is pretty simple. We can go to Nevada and become the vendor. So they are now the Nevada vendor to do almost all of the kind of contracted financial work in the state. And there's other examples, Class Wallet's one, but I just want to make the point that these things cost like $1 to $3 per account per month. They're so cheap compared to the expenditures that DOEs are using to implement these things. Using outside contractors to do this is a no-brainer. It makes the systems better, and it's easier and cheaper. So we need to move towards kind of a new way of thinking. This is traditional administration. Parents hate it. Administrators are buried with paperwork. But we have this new thing called computers. It's not just for video games. We can use them to make our lives easier and make the parent experience better. So I would just urge anyone out there who's trying to think about this, think about it in a little bit different way. Don't just hand it over to the Department of Education and say, go figure this out, because what they're going to do is not going to be helpful to parents. So thank you.
Thank you, Adam. So now we're going to give a few minutes to our discussant, Max Eden, to discuss the papers.
So first off, thank you so much, Nat, for inviting me here. Thank you, Elizabeth, for putting all this together. And thank you guys for writing some really good papers. Kind of excited to be up here right now, at least insofar as 6 weeks ago I was at that table, and now I'm here. That's kind of fun. But only kind of excited because as the people at that table will tell you, I'm not a particularly excitable person. I'm a little bit of a grouchy curmudgeon. And I'm not terribly excited about these education savings accounts. And after having read all of your papers, I think I've come away a little bit less excited than I was before. So I want to maybe throw a little bit of cold water in all this and see what happens after that. We've titled this the New Frontier of School Choice. And you've heard kind of from Adam, from Matt, how this is expanding rapidly. 4 years ago, it wasn't even a thing. Now it's been introduced or passed in 16, 20, I can't keep track of these numbers. So it seems, explosive. And when you look at the school choice sector, you see right now, you've seen a lot of growth. You've seen charter schools go up to serving about 3 million students, private voucher programs, school choice programs serving closer to the order of 300,000. ESAs, as best as I can back envelope right now, a little bit closer to 3,000, at least on that order. And there's a sense that runs throughout the papers that this will explode in numbers and in scope, and I'm very skeptical of that. As Adam said, we'll see over the next few years whether this will be an explosive thing that will revolutionize K-12 or a marginal system that will provide marginal assistance to particularly marginalized students. And if I had to put money on one of those two, I would put my money on the latter bet. Matt, you kind of gave the Greek myth thing up front. In your paper, you start out with the story of Howard Hughes, who revolutionized the airline industry, stood up against the monopolies, stood up against the Senate. And Howard Hughes was a visionary, and he drove a lot of market change. But if I remember The Aviator correctly, sometimes the guy just kind of saw visions. And I see the vision here. I just don't know that I believe it. You have the analogy of kind of consumer goods and how the quality has skyrocketed, the costs have plummeted. The analogy of a color television back in 1960, whatever, it was black and white, go for $3,000. Now you can get a great plasma for $300. But that's a very, very different market mechanism than ESAs, right? Like the market mechanism whereby consumer products become better and cheaper starts from the top down, from consumers with a high level of disposable income with infinite other uses for that disposable income, and then the product iterates downwards based on that pressure. This ESA market is not based on that. It's based on giving a relatively low amount of money to relatively low-income people with limited alternative uses. So the better analogy there isn't color TVs, consumer products doing better. The better analogy is things like McDonald's, Costco, Walmart, which are certainly paragons of efficiency, but not particularly the most exciting products in and of themselves. There's a theory that this will introduce significant enough opportunity costs that parents will become cost conscious, and they will make decisions in such a way that will affect the supply side. You point out that in Milwaukee, voucher programs, $7,200, private schools peg their tuition to that because they have no incentive to go down. If ESAs were on the order of $15K, and you can imagine this money going to a kid's college afterwards, I could see that doing that. When ESAs are at $5K, I can't see them funding much more than other trailers, but privately funded trailers instead of Clark County funded trailer schools. There's a way in which it's like a voucher with fewer strings, which could be a good thing given the way that we've seen some of the strings play out in some of the voucher programs across the country. But I don't know that it will particularly increase competition, adoption of new programs, give schools any particular consequence from failure. It seems more like a safety valve than something that could penalize public schools for failure. And in terms of increasing competition and adoption of resources, either that's at the kind of private firm level, the school level, which we haven't seen as much as we would like to have in private school choice, or that's based on a like secular change in consumer behavior, which I find kind of unlikely. Certainly in parents of students with special ed, students with high needs, who really do need something a lot different, there's the impetus and there's the resources to drive that kind of secular consumer response. In low-income parents, middle-income parents, I'm just less convinced of that. So I think Matt, you mentioned in your paper that maybe the prime benefit of private school choice has been to make the world safe for charters. If I had to bet, I would say the prime benefit of ESAs would be to make the world even safer for charters.
It could be.
Insofar as it will help, it could help the choice community push back a little bit against the criticism that these programs don't do anything for kids with special ed, kids with high needs. This is a tailored program that could do for that and could run interference. I don't know that I see it being an explosive and revolutionary thing. Adam, I really liked your paper. A lot of smart thoughts, and you laid out a pretty compelling vision of the way that this thing could operate seamlessly. You could imagine a Yelp online system, parent reviews, kind of license providers, minimum licensure standards, where parents say, hey, I've had a verified transaction with this particular vendor. Here's what I got out of it. This payment system has been tracked through this reliable source, and there's a functioning Uber type of marketplace. But as you pointed out in your paper and you pointed out here, that's might not go that way. There are a lot of things, and you outline them very, very neatly in your PowerPoint, so I won't repeat them, that could go wrong in any given system. And if they go wrong in these systems, then these systems won't be very functional marketplaces, and the potential of them will be kind of hamstrung, I fear. Mr. Keller, I really liked your paper. It's kind of fun. I wanted to say, like, I'm not a lawyer, but, and then say something, but I couldn't quite figure out how to finish that sentence, so I just figured I'd throw it in that way. I am totally convinced that you and your colleagues at the Institute for Justice could bulletproof any particular ESA legislation against state constitutional challenges. What I don't know from your paper, and it's kind of outside the scope of your paper, but if you have a team of paralegals who are whip smart, I'd encourage you to look into it. Like, what's left after you've bulletproofed these laws? You mentioned maybe the only way around these Blaine amendments is to make them private tax credit scholarship programs. Adam, you point out that there's an inherent limit in the size of these programs, and that limit is based on donor interest. Some of these Mickey Mouse provisions, I'm not sure are truly Mickey Mouse provisions. On the Donald Duck side, when we talk about worries about local control and having to write these laws in ways that don't disperse local education funds, that takes a lot of the funding out of the table and keeps the bottom line / top line for funding at, I think, a relatively lower level. So I don't know where we're left, what the actual potential is for the dollar size of these laws once we bulletproof them, and size matters, as they say. So Adam said that this could go kind of one of two ways. It could either be a revolutionary change over the next few years that could spark a lot of innovation and kind of things that we can't quite imagine. And maybe part of it's because I'm not quite as imaginative as I should be, but I would worry and kind of expect that it would be more of a product for special ed students who need something different, who have higher state per pupil funds, and therefore can take closer to $15,000 to a private program, which would be great, but it's also a limited thing. So kind of 3 takeaways, hopefully come well under my time, Sarah. First takeaway for the ESA community, so to speak, is slow down. This notion of like building the airplane while you're flying it sounds kind of cool when you first say it, but then you just kind of think about it. It's kind of terrifying, especially if you're mechanics or people who work at state departments of education. Howard Hughes would not have built airplanes while he was while he was flying them, and sometimes he built airplanes that were total duds. The Spruce Goose comes to mind.
And he crashed.
And he crashed. And that's not what we want to do with these programs. And so when we see 16 states have introduced these laws, that elicits kind of a sense of excitement and exuberance amongst people who think they are a good idea and hold promise, which I do and I maybe do. But I get much more scared than excited when I see that it's on the table of all these states. Second is don't overpromise, because many of these programs will underdeliver. There seems to be one of 2 tacks that advocates could take with this. Either it is something that you can do for the most vulnerable, most marginalized students, or it's something that can revolutionize K-12 education. There are pros and cons to each kind of rhetorical advocacy technique. I think the first is more honest, more likely to deliver, less likely to disappoint. So don't overpromise. And the last kind of thing, maybe my pet hobby horse, is to think early. Early education rather than K-12 education as a way to pilot these programs and see whether or not they work. Because in early education, we're seeing a couple of ingredients to what can make for an ESA system that I don't think we have as well in K-12. We have upswing in public funding. We already have a more mixed market provision of providers. So whereas I have a very difficult time imagining this revolutionizing K-12, I could definitely imagine this being an alternative to kind of pre-K expansion for 4-year-olds, and in that way it could be an end run and a proof point towards better fulfilling its promise as a revolutionary market mechanism, which right now I'm not confident that it does.
Thank you, Max. And thank you, everyone, for the presentations. We're going to enter a time of Q&A here. I'm going to take the first questions, and then I'll ask the audience and turn to Twitter for additional questions for our authors and discussant. We have a couple of well, I'll start off with a question, and anyone can take it. It seems that so ESAs were born out of a judicial challenge in Arizona to vouchers. And so since then, they've taken off. And I'm curious whether that takeoff has been mainly attributable to their defensibility in court to allow the same ends as vouchers, or because the unique abilities of ESAs to deliver unbundled educational choices to parents are attractive to legislators.
I think it's the latter of those two things. It's clearly the case in Arizona's case that the ESA had constitutional advantages, and it may have the same in other states. It's not clear. So I think the main thing that appeals to people is this idea of being able to customize the education for their child, rather than, we're not out there telling them this is a magic bullet in terms of court challenges, right? It may be useful in some cases, and it may not be.
And I mean, also, I think politically, it moves away from kind of the traditional voucher tax credit fights have been, are private schools better than public schools, or are public schools better than private schools? This kind of moves away to, it changes the conversation to, maybe I can go to a private school, or maybe I can take an online course, or maybe I can do both. Maybe I can use some of these funds to get tutoring. Maybe if I have a special needs kid, I can use this to go get therapies. So it moves away from this kind of fight that the private and public sides have had with those, and it kind of moves more towards, this is a child-centered thing. We can do all private school. We can do no private school. We can do homeschool. We can do a number of different things with these accounts that I think makes it much more palatable to a number of people.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, the reality is I think ESAs as a policy are very appealing to legislators and other individuals, and that's what has generated the excitement. I mean, I think the fact that you can rebut the inevitable testimony of the teachers' unions who will show up in opposition and say, well, school choice is unconstitutional, and we can say, well, vouchers were struck down in Arizona, but ESAs were upheld. It's a great point for us to make in legislative hearings and then to take away one of their arguments. But I think the primary appeal of the ESA is the flexibility that they offer parents and policymakers.
So let's talk. Let's push on that. The new possibilities for parents. So on the one hand, we're moving from a system where parents had a few discrete choices, if any, to a system where they have a dizzying array of choices. And so I'm curious how that's going to work for parents. So there's two sort of ideas here, and one is sort of the paradox of choice, right? When you have so many choices, it's hard to make an optimal choice. And how might I don't think the state, but just generally as a community, might we aid parents to make those decisions? And then there's also a measure of quality control here. So I'm thinking if someone takes a ESA for their child and educates them to graduate, the state has sort of weighed this to come up with some sorts of standards. What's college and career ready? And we can debate how well they've done that. But my question is, how capable do we think parents are going to be in filling that gap?
I think this is you.
So John Bailey's chapter I would recommend on kind of this. It talks a lot about this. I talk a little bit about it in my chapter. And I actually had a slide on this I didn't get to. I think you're correct. I'm never really sold on the paradox of choice stuff, maybe a little bit, but I think that's talking, not really looking at the young generation that's coming up. I mean, if you've ever seen a millennial order a coffee or a beer, they have tons of choices, but they know exactly what they want. So this idea that they can't handle, there's too many choices, I've never quite bought that, but you're right that we need to find a way to help give them informed choices and kind of put the choices in a way that they can actually choose from. So I point a lot to kind of attaching the online payment system and kind of integrating it into like a one-stop website where you can do a number of things, where parents can go to apply for the program, and then vendors can go to apply. So they have to actually be whitelisted into the program as opposed to just you go and buy anything. But they have to proactively go to the state and say, we want to be part of this program. And once they're apply and accepted, they're listed for the public to view, the parents to view. And then, implementing some of the things that we've seen with Great Schools or Noodles, some of these programs that allow parents to not only see the best schools, but also be able to filter based on the characteristics that they need. So I'm a parent of a special needs student in Phoenix. I need a therapist that can do this within this mile radius, and help them find this a way to kind of help facilitate choice. Because a lot of times the problem is choices, that we give choices, but no one knows how to choose who's participating, who even knows the program exists. So I think being able to use that, and then using the power of like Uber or Yelp, the ratings, the crowdsourced ratings. We say a lot in the school choice movement that parents know best. And I agree, and I think what we should be doing is kind of harnessing that, what parents know. And I think a light regulatory touch would be anytime you make a payment with an ESA ESA account, you have to rate how that experience was, so that you can know that there's been 5 people that have used this tutor and they have a 4.5 star rating and they've had all these great ratings, because parents do know best, but let's use what they know to inform other parents to kind of build this crowdsourcing that we see with Yelp and other things that are guiding the way that we live the rest of our lives.
Just to address some outstanding points that Max has made, what Max had to say is actually a very good argument in my mind to people who are terrified of ESAs, right? The reality is that ESAs are not going to take over the world anytime soon, okay? Now, I will say in our defense that the only way for us to work out these problems and issues is through a process of social learning. In other words, we need to actually have programs, right? And having a group of programs in several states now, you actually have people grinding on these issues all the time. And we're learning things. We also have states, for instance, in Nevada, where they decided, you know what, we want to include transportation as an allowable use, right? Well, they did it. Lo and behold, they figured out a way to do that and put a limit on it and whatnot. All of these very serious issues about account oversight and how do you inform parents, these are things that we're working through, but they have to be worked through in the real world, okay? The two obvious areas where these programs have made advances so far are in that for special needs students. Now, clearly, I mean, the promise of federal special education law going all the way back to 1975 was for an individual education plan. And for many students, that's worked out. And for many others, it's been completely hollow, right? This bureaucratic, checking off a box and federal form sort of thing. I would argue you can't really have an individual education plan unless you have control over who's actually going to educate your child. So there's obviously an important niche there. The other one I think we see in Nevada, where there is just a crushing level of enrollment growth going on in the state, literally in a way that is very difficult for people back east here to understand. I mean, Nevada has been the number one state for enrollment growth, and usually Arizona is number two. Okay, you've got the Clark County superintendent on record as saying he could build 23 new elementary schools tomorrow, the next day be surrounded by portable buildings. Okay. We put this program out. They've got first year, was it 4,000, 5,000 applications. Okay. So what that is going to be doing if we survive court challenge is to slow the rate of growth in the public school system. And that's all. Okay, I mean that's all a nearly universal system of choice can do. Okay, right now, unlike to use the Athena analogy again, ESAs are not Athena. They did not pop out fully formed, armed for battle and whatnot. ESAs are a 5-year-old. Okay, and we are learning, and we're sorting things out and growing. Right, but I want to make sure that everyone in this audience and anyone online understands what it is we're doing here. We are in an evolutionary process of figuring out a different way to build what should be a more effective quasi-market mechanism. That's all. Okay, and when we'll see where that takes us, there's obviously huge benefits for students in this in certain niche categories. Maybe it'll grow beyond that. It already has in Nevada, and it's very potentially beneficial for Nevada. We've got a lot to learn. The only way that we can learn is by doing, though.
I want to get at 2 points before we go to the audience. I'm going to jump in front of you here, Max. One is the special education question. So if you want to divide the 5 programs up right now, it seems like there's 2 ways. One is Nevada's is universal, and all the other ones are for special education students primarily, right? Yes. So Arizona's grown past that. So can you just comment on why is that? Why it doesn't seem like the mechanism has any particular focus on special education students. So why is it growing? Is this a sort of camel's nose under the tent for a place to expand from, or are there particular reasons that special education students in particular would benefit from ESAs?
No, it's not a camel's nose. I mean, if these states that have passed special needs ESAs were to never expand past this, these programs stand on their own merits as hugely beneficial to these students. Tim and I both know lots of users in Arizona whose lives have been very positively changed by the ability to do this. Students who I don't know how deep down the rabbit hole of special ed you want to go, but the reality is under federal special education law, 2% of students are already attending private school at public expense, but they tend to be the kids whose parents had the money to hire very expensive lawyers and sue their way out of the system. Okay. This system is so much better than that. You can voluntarily enroll in it. You have complete control over the funding. You can hire specialized tutors and therapists and whatnot. Well, Tim and I both know a student who doubled the amount of physical therapy he was getting from the public school system, avoided a lawsuit in the process of doing it, and is now taught by someone who specializes in teaching reading to the blind and various therapists. It's a very a la carte type of approach. Special needs students are so varied in their needs and have, each case is so unique that the ability to have a very customized experience is especially beneficial to them. So, again, if Tennessee or Florida or Mississippi, this is up to their lawmakers, and they may decide this. They may decide, you know what, this is it. We're staying with special needs students. If they were to do that, these programs have a huge amount of value to some of the most disadvantaged students in the public school system, and I for one will celebrate that they continue to exist.
And I would just read Alicia Finley's article that's going to be later on today. She highlights, 10 or so different special needs families who are using this, and they're all using it in very, very different ways. Some are using completely private school. Some are using no private school. They're using a customized approach at home. Some are doing kind of a quasi of both. So I think if you were to do a needs assessment for who needs a customized education the most, it would be special needs students.
Tim, I just wanted to ask you a specific question on Nevada before we turn to questions from the audience. The Nevada ESA is under court challenge, and it's sort of coming down to the line, I would say, as to when it can go into effect. Can you just sort of give us your unbiased update on where the Nevada case stands and what the future may hold?
So the program was in. There are two lawsuits going on in Nevada. One was filed in Carson City, which is the capital, northern Nevada, and that lawsuit alleges that the ESA program violates several provisions of the Nevada Constitution's education article, the article of the Constitution which basically mandates that the state establish and maintain a public school system. And so there's a variety of arguments under that particular provision. Basically, what the plaintiffs in that case are arguing is that under the Nevada Constitution, the exclusive means of publicly funding education must be through the public schools and nothing else. Like it's a public school only approach, according to their lawsuit. Now they ignore the fact that the first provision of the Nevada education article says that the legislature shall that they shall pursue education by all suitable means. That's the language in Article 11, Section 1. So obviously the legislators, the founders of the Nevada Constitution gave the legislature broad authority to pursue education, not just through the public school system, but through all suitable means. So we feel very good about that language. Similar legal challenge under similar provisions was filed in Indiana, and the Indiana Supreme Court unanimously rejected it and said, no, look at this all suitable means language in Indiana, which is essentially identical to the language in Nevada. So we've got really great arguments to bear. We've got a great unanimous decision from Indiana to push back against that litigation. But that's the court that enjoined the program. So it is on hold, and we are right now in front of the Nevada Supreme Court. The case is fully briefed, and we're just waiting for the court to set an oral argument date in that case, and then we expect a decision sometime soon after. The other case, which was filed in Las Vegas, I'm sorry, is under the Blaine Amendment. The Nevada has a Blaine Amendment that says that the state shall not use public funds for sectarian purpose. Of course, here the state is not using the funds; it's parents who are deciding where they want to use the funds. We don't believe there's a violation of the Blaine Amendment. This is where we can bring in the Arizona case and push back. That case is still in the trial court. We have not seen a ruling from that court, despite the fact that we've been fully briefed and argued in December. So we're waiting for the trial court to rule so that we can get that case up to the Nevada Supreme Court as well.
All right. Well, we will keep our eyes on that. I want to get some questions out to the audience. We have a couple of protocols here. We'll have people walking around with microphones. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and when the microphone comes to you, we ask that you provide your name and affiliation. The other request is that you ask a question. If you sort of go on a speech, we'll ask you to ask a question or move on to the next. So questions from the audience? Right here.
Hi, Jill Turgeon. I serve in the Loudoun County, Virginia School Board. The Blaine Amendment was brought up. One of the arguments that I've heard with regards to the Blaine Amendment, I understand it's the parents that are utilizing the money. But the argument is because it's going through the administrator, it's going through the state, the funds are being collected from the state and then being redispersed to the parents. How can we challenge that? I worked with Delegate LaRocque. We were Virginia, one of the ones that were vetoed. How can we address this in a way where people understand it's not the state spending the money?
Well, the two cornerstones, the touchstones of a constitutional school choice program are, number one, religious neutrality, and number two, private choice. And so the state just needs to be completely neutral with regard to religion. And in fact, I think it would be unconstitutional to pass a program that excluded religious schools, because in that instance, the state would actually be discriminating against parents who desire a religious education. So the state just needs to take no cognizance of religion. There can be other neutral criteria for determining which educational providers are permitted to participate in the program, accreditation, safety standards, background checks. There are things that the state can put in place to ensure that children are in a safe location, but those criteria should not take into account religion. And then just give parents plenty of choices and make sure that they're the ones who are deciding the best educational environment for their student. And I think ESAs just magnify the private choice, because now it's not just a choice of between public school, religious school, or non-religious private school. It's course. It's Adam said we're moving beyond school choice to educational choice, but it's almost from beyond that. It's almost course choice. You can really do whatever you want with the funds that are provided by the state. But once they're deposited in that ESA or on the debit card, it's the parents who are the ones who are deciding how and where to spend that money.
Other questions?
Hi, my name is Cheryl Buford, and I'm an independent consultant. But during the Bush administration, I was in the faith-based office at Department of Education, and I wanted to real quickly say how choice worked in the SES program, the after-school tutoring that was available for parents whose local schools didn't meet the annual yearly progress. The states did approve the providers of tutoring services, and that's where there was a sticking point with faith-based tutoring services. Not that they couldn't participate, but they had to separate either by time or space any explicit religious content in their tutoring. So I don't know whether those restrictions that applied to SES providers, because in theory it was the parents choosing a provider, but they had to be provided, they had to be through a list of approved providers, and so then it kind of limited what those providers could do.
So is there any such siloing under ESAs that I'm hearing?
There's not. The programs that you're referring to operated differently than school choice programs, in the sense that the government was the one essentially choosing the providers and providing the list of providers to the parents, and the government was paying those providers directly. And so the U.S. Supreme Court and other state Supreme Courts have distinguished between programs where the government is the one choosing the service provider and paying them directly, and programs that are indirect in nature, where any funds that flow to religious institutions are actually really, truly, genuinely the decisions of parents. And I know you're saying the parents, they're just two distinct types of programs. One is a direct aid program, and one is indirect in nature. And the U.S. Supreme Court says when it's a direct aid program, that the government should put in place provisions to make sure that no funds are spent on religious training or religious education. But when it's the parent that's deciding, and the parent has free choice, you don't have to put those same limitations on religious service providers.
It's 10:35, so we have ended our first panel. Can I get a round of applause for our authors and discussant? We will take a 10-minute break and come back for our second panel on creating and functioning marketplaces with ESAs. Thanks.
functioning market for ESAs, and we have 4 very qualified people to discuss the topic. 3 have a chapter in our book. I'm going to begin with the person furthest to my right, which is John Bailey. John currently works as Vice President for Policy at the Foundation for Educational Excellence. John, for a number of years, has held senior level positions at the White House, at the U.S. Department of Chamber of Commerce. He is also the second director of technology at the U.S. Department of Education. He is a co-founder of Whiteboard, actually, and Whiteboard Advisors, where he helps a number of government officials as well as private sector and nonprofit officials think pretty clearly about technology and data quality. He's going to focus, in fact, on the role of quality as it looks to ESAs. Next, we have Mike Mcshane, someone who is not a stranger to AEI. He is currently the Director of Education Policy at the Show Me Institute. And as well as an adjunct scholar here at AEI. But Mike actually began much of his work here, the several books he produced as a scholar here at AEI. We're glad to have him here. Some of you noticed there was a book on the front table. Mike and Rick had a chance to co-author that on entrepreneurship and education, so make sure you pick up a copy. Mike is a scholar really as it relates to school choice, but particularly the role of markets and the supply side. He's going to help us think pretty clearly about what role that will play in ESAs. Third, we have Nat Malkus, my colleague here at AEI. He is a research fellow, and he focuses on K-12 education, particularly the role that quantitative information plays. He has published work in the International Journal for Mathematics Education, also a journal focused on research and theory for secondary education. Our last person is Kevin Chavis. He is going to be our discussant. Kevin's been involved with school choice on many fronts. One is as a VP and General Counsel for the American Federation for Children, one of the largest organizations in the nation focused on helping children get a quality education. He also is a former Director of Education, or I'd say Chair of Education for the D.C. City Council, where we had a chance to work when I was then working for Superintendent Arlene Ackerman here in Washington, D.C. Before we begin, I want to tell you one interesting thing about each person that you will not find in his biography. So for John, John is actually a thrill seeker. Recently, he found himself tethered to a helicopter where he took very good photos, I must say, of New York City, and he shared those with me, and I was glad to see it. You have Mike. Mike actually is a musician and a drummer at one point in a band. So something good to know about Mike. Nat. Nat, for 5 years, was a member of an award-winning handbell choir. Things you did not know. And Kevin Chavis was an All-American basketball player in college. And so here are 4 things to know so that you realize that you're not just seeing brains in a pretty face, you're also seeing artistic aspects as well. And so with that, we will turn it over to John.
Awesome. That helicopter ride was so cool. Like, you literally, you're tethered in, and then as they, anyway, so you're tethered in, and as the helicopter, really feel yourself like pulling out. Falling out. So we flew over Central Park and around the Empire State Building, and that was the coolest thing I've ever done. So I will talk a little bit about sort of the ESA administrator's dilemma, how to tackle quality control, actually how to tackle some of the things that Max raised. And I think we start all these conversations from a position of humility, kind of understanding that while this is new in education, this is not new in other sectors. Like there's a lot of ways that a lot of lessons to learn from healthcare, from other consumer-driven accounts that labor is doing, from other sectors. So I want to sort of draw on that and talk a little bit about how an ESA regulator can use some of these new tools, and use some of these new approaches, and help tackle some of the quality control problems. The first, though, is just to kind of help set the stage of which, we're all going through this period, which it sounds so trite to say, but we're moving from mass production to mass customization. And so we talk a little bit in my chapter about sort of the mass production era from the Industrial Revolution, but just to give you a sense of just how much life is getting customized around us. At Starbucks claims there are 80,000 different drinks that you can create through the form of all the different milks, the types of syrups, the sizes. There's just a number of different things. My staff makes fun of me for the cinnamon dolce latte, which I find to be a very tasty, delicious drink. And it's probably the most favorite out of the 80,000 ones. Spotify. Do we have people using Spotify here? Right, so Spotify is like the antithesis to the mass production of music, right? That you had music produced by a handful of studios, mass produced on an album. Those were bundled and then sold at stores. And now all of a sudden you get like 30 million songs on Spotify. And Spotify estimates that there's 2 billion different types of combinations of that people have put together in playlists. So those are just like a handful of examples of the way the world is getting customized around us into an increasing, dizzying array of options. We're seeing the exact same trends in education. So in just to give you an example is that we used to bundle all the education services into a school. That's where your therapy was, that's where your courses were, that's the primary way we sort of distributed books. And now all of a sudden you're seeing this explosion of new opportunities that are outside of schools. There's 80,000 education apps on the iTunes store alone. 1 in 4 families are in after-school programs. That's a 60% increase over the last 10 years. My chapter goes into this explosion of camps. There's new science camps. There's the maker movement. We talk a little bit about, in just Coursera and edX alone, there's 1,000 free courses that students can take. I have 5 minutes left. That's because I talked about the helicopter. So what do you do? How in a dizzying array of thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of different options, how do you start tackling some of the quality control challenges? Well, first, there's a handful of challenges that I think sort of hurts the system right now. First is that you have traditional institutions guarding the gate to what types of these services can be delivered to kids. Right, so there's a vested interest there as to whether or not a new online course is offered inside of a school or if a new provider is formally recognized by a school, that it's the vampire in charge of the blood bank, right? There's some conflict of interest, some vested interest to not necessarily allow all these other outside providers to be able to serve kids or count towards credit. There's different standards for different players. And we're one of the only sectors that does this, where we sort of treat for-profit entities with a huge amount of suspicion, but treat all these nonprofit entities as if somehow they have angel halos and that there's nothing that could go wrong. And the truth is that there's bad actors in both sectors. There's some good actors in both sectors, but we need sort of a sector agnostic approach. We don't have that. We treat one with hostility and a different set of regulations and another one with quite a different set of other regulatory regime. The pace of innovation, most school districts, most states cannot keep up with the apps and the systems that are coming out. Duolingo, anyone here use Duolingo, the app to learn languages? So this is amazing. In Oklahoma, the foreign language textbook adoption process happened first in 2009. That's 2 years before Duolingo was introduced. Duolingo cannot be used as a foreign language resource with those funds in Oklahoma because it wasn't part of the textbook adoption cycle. Next time it's up is next year. Since then, Duolingo's come out with about 100 different sort of mini version releases through the app and 110 million different users. Like the instructional process can't keep up with the pace of innovation. And then last, barriers without sunset. I love Michael Mcshane for a lot of reasons, including his snappy dress, but also because of this great quote of no raindrop thinks it's responsible for the flood, but individually each regulation could be sensible, but in total it becomes a flood. We are suffering under a flood of regulations that sort of stifle creativity and innovation in schools. So what are the solutions to this? Well, what I wanted to do is draw, in my 3 minutes that are remaining, on some lessons from the tech sector. And we heard Uber mentioned before, we heard Airbnb, but you have to just sort of like realize, like, how are there all these market platforms that facilitate transactions financially, exchange of goods, the sharing economy? What makes you get into a stranger's car when you get into an Uber? Right? Like that's everything your mom told you not to do as a kid. And yet we do it. Many of you will do it as soon as you leave this door and will not even think about it. And it's because the internet sort of platform, Silicon Valley has come out with these a whole bunch of different market platforms on the internet that facilitate listings of goods, of services. You can search, filter, and sort through those for a whole variety of different sort of personal needs. It's mobile integration. You fire it up on your iPhone. or Android device, there's payment transactions trust. They do background checks. They verify that the person's actually the legitimate person that they are. There's ratings and reviews, right? So ratings and reviews kick some people out. If you're an Uber and you get below a 4.6, you're off the system. In other things, if you're get a low rating, you're put to the very back of the search engine results. Right, so there's another way of sort of helping to filter and sort with quality there. And then reporting bad actors. On a lot of these things, you get to click. I had an Uber driver one time that was watching television in our car. And so not only did I give him a low rating, but I was able to flag, hey, he was watching television. This didn't feel safe. And he was pretty much kicked off the system. Sorry. So the suggestion here is, how do we leverage these market platforms to help administer ESAs, not just to make them more efficient? A lot of what Adam was talking about was sort of the background processing and account management, but also how do we use these systems and these market-based platforms to get at quality? And so 3 different examples here. The account management, that's an example of the actual iPhone screen for My Benefits Wallet, where you can file a claim and do all the account management. There's fraud, waste, and protection that's built into that. Noodle, with John Katzman, who often frequents the stage here at AI and has been chapters of some books, is building an entire search and sort engine that helps get at quality and helps you sort and sift through tutors. They verify the tutors. They do background checks. It's a lot like a Uber for education. And then, frankly, Yelp at the end. The reason I wanted to put Yelp on here is because Yelp is partnering with state departments of health to list public ratings on the Yelp review. So again, State Department ratings are actually agencies are actually using this as a way to flag back actors to kind of go in and do their investigations and due diligence. So it's a way of crowdsourcing, if you will, where the regulators need to spend their time following the bad actors. So my suggestion, which is more detailed in the paper, is to do a tiered sort of approach on quality here. That for a lot of these things, for a $10 app, a $2 app, how do we sort of bring that into the ESA ecosystem and let the parent ratings, let the marketplace ratings, the quality control information, the transparency, the price, have that and the ratings and reviews help inform all that for parents' decisions. But as you move up to programs, I'm at time, as you move up to programs that you use sliding scale accountability, which we could talk into a little bit later, but this is for in the areas of school choice. It's for the areas where there are more programs receiving more choice dollars from ESAs, that there's heightened and greater amounts of regulation. So that private schools that are just taking only a few kids are subjected to very few accountability and transparency mechanisms, except for what's on the market mechanism. But if 60, 70% of the kids are participating in choice, that they're subject to greater transparency and accountability way. It's a way of splitting in trying to deal with this issue of how should test scores be used and other types of student outcomes. We'll talk about it more in the paper. I've ran out of time. I'm going to hand it over to Michael.
No worries, man. That was great, man. For those of you watching on the live stream, I worry that my jacket fades. I'm not, in fact, a floating head talking about education policy. Should have thought about it before the wardrobe choice. But anyway, it's great to be here with all of you this morning. Thanks so much for the invitation, enjoying the conversation so far. So I was asked to, a lot of my research that I've done in the past has been trying to better understand how school choice markets work, particularly on this supply side question, the sort of field of dreams. If you build it, will they come? Because the idea that all of these things sound fine in theory, but if high-quality providers don't choose to enter a marketplace, it's all sort of an academic exercise. So I was tasked with sort of trying to think through what are some of the issues that might be at play as these markets develop? Is there things that we can learn from other markets? And I think, so building actually a lot of what John was talking about in a variety of markets, I decided to sort of deep dive into one kind of extended analogy, thinking of this with airline deregulation. It's kind of it's funny because when we talk about education, we think everything is sort of like everything is new, nothing is new under the sun, right? In the 1970s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, there were these mass waves of deregulation for telecom industries, for trucking, for aviation. And in fact, a lot of the really interesting work that was done here was done at AEI. There are all these great books downstairs that they give away for free now, which I took all of them before I left, that talk about what the processes were at work during deregulation. So before airlines were deregulated and the system that we have now, this organization, the Civil Aeronautics Board, had a very tight control over how our airlines worked. It was established in the late 1930s, and in many ways, grafted the regulations that it had for older modes of transportation onto the sort of nascent airline industry. And I mean that quite directly. So for the longest time, an airline ticket's price was set at the first class Pullman rail car ticket for the same journey. Right? So if you went from New York to LA, whatever the price was for a first class ticket, that's how much an airline ticket cost. Yeah, at one point in the 1970s, it was in fact illegal to charge less than $1,442 in today's dollars for a New York to LA flight. So if we think about what it costs now, so this isn't today's dollars, not surprisingly, less than 20% of Americans had ever flown in an airplane during this time period. And in fact, it's interesting kind of responding to what Max, some of the very valid points that Max brought up earlier. I start my paper with an anecdote. So Ted Kennedy was one of the people that led the deregulation hearings. And one of his constituents from South Boston came up to him once and said, Senator Kennedy, why are you talking about airline deregulation? I've never been on an airplane in my life. And he said, that's exactly why. And so as we see the relation, but the fundamental way that airlines were regulated in the past was very centralized control and many sort of point-to-point airline routes. So rather than the system that we're used to now, which I'll speak about in a moment, the Civil Aeronautics Board created these routes. It gave them to the airlines. They were designed to sort of protect the industry, not necessarily have the lowest cost or the highest quality. But then, God bless Texas, who flew into the sky? Yep, I see hook'em horns in the back of the room there. That's great. I, in fact, was writing these notes on a Southwest flight to D.C. last night. I am an A-list member. I can get some free points out of that one, Southwest. But interestingly, the Civil Aeronautics Board regulated interstate flights. But in some very large states like Texas and California, an intra-state market started to develop. And this is where I think there are some interesting analogies related to education. So we see in lots of cities and states these much more deregulated or decentralized markets, the charter school market, the private school market starting to develop and learning lessons. So this Southwest was actually a huge impetus in the deregulation hearings because people saw, wait, they seem to be operating much more efficiently. They can offer much cheaper prices. People really like Southwest. They still do. What can we possibly learn from that? And so there was this big push to deregulation. And one of the things, I go into great depth in this in my paper, I won't belabor it now, but one of the things, the big changes that happened as a result of airline deregulation that I want us to just pause for a second and sort of think about in relation to what everyone's already been talking about, how schools operate, is moving from a point-to-point system to what's called a hub and spoke system. So rather than having sort of east-west or north-south airlines, we saw most airlines choose now to concentrate their resources, so a lot of their maintenance facilities, a lot of their back office, and all of those things in a place, and then route people through them. I want you to think about what if we changed the way we thought about schools from a kind of point-to-point where students might start in kindergarten and end in 5th grade or end in 8th grade, to more of a hub and spoke system, where schools operate as sort of a place where students and teachers are connected to one another, where content is provided from a lot of different areas, and it's more of just sort of the meeting ground between those two. So something to think about and that I go in more depth in the paper. But the big thing that we probably care about is sort of what happened with respect to airline deregulation and what does that tell us about schools? Look, this is the top line result, right? Interestingly, Derek Thompson in The Atlantic wrote this great article all about airline deregulation. He cited an economist here at AEI, where we've seen this incredible decrease, even with the uptick in fees recently that have been added onto things. Airline travel has become substantially less expensive. Way more people are able to participate in it. And this is where it becomes important for education, right? Two forces that push this that I think could have a great effect in the education system. One, obviously, was new entrants and competition, right? So now lots of different airlines were able to enter. So if you think of low-cost airlines like Spirit or Frontier, but also just newer sort of traditional legacy airlines were able to participate in these things. At first, some existing airlines had advantages. Those faded over time with some of the legacy costs that they had. New providers came up. And the second one, dovetailing with what John just brought up, was the role that intermediary institutions played in this and helping the market work better. So things things like Kayak and Orbitz allowed individuals for the first time to really search between and compare price and timing and quality and all of those issues that did a lot to drive down costs. I think both of those things, new entrants and more competition, has an opportunity to shape the supply side response to education, as well as the role that intermediary institutions, the way John brought them up. And so when we think about moving into the future, because much of what we're talking about here, we don't know. We don't know what the supply side response are going to be from these things. Two forces that I want to say will shape it, just like it shaped airline deregulation. By the way, this is some airplane of the future. I don't know how far in the future that's going to be or if that's going to be possible. But, two forces that, again, I go in greater depth in the paper, but something that we can think about. Access to capital, right? So a great deal of what shaped airlines being able to compete in this, were they able to access the capital to buy airplanes, to invest in R&D and others? Do schools have access to that same capital? Can they get buildings? Can they get teachers, et cetera? And then also regulations, right? So regulations, airlines are still an incredibly highly regulated institution. Interestingly, they choose to separate out. So like the FAA, which does all of the safety regulations, and Civil Aeronautics Board had been different institutions, which is something we can think about in education as well. Safety and cost doesn't necessarily have to be the same regulatory body, but how those regulations work, and I go into greater depth in the paper, and my time is up. So talking about how regulation shapes how markets develop, but happy to chat about those. Thank you.
All right, so I am excited. Excuse me here. I am excited about ESAs, like others in the room. I think there's a lot of potential to create educational marketplaces like we've never seen them. I'm also worried, and my chapter was a chance for me to explain my worries. So it's called Settling on ESAs, because I think that to some degree, if we're going to reach the real potential to create functioning marketplaces with ESAs, then we can't settle in their formation. And so I sort of walk this through with a little economic-based thought. So we talk about former, what we know is school choice through charters and vouchers and so forth. And these are more options, but they're all free, right? ESAs work on a different change mechanism. They're not changing by offering other things for free. They allow you access to private schools, alternative programs, and unknown combinations of these things by changing the effective out-of-pocket price for parents. So let's sort of think about how this has to work in order for ESAs to achieve this dream of functioning marketplaces. So currently, parents have choices. They can have all the choices that we've sort of talked about them accessing for private schools, alternative options, and so forth. But most choose public schools because the price out of pocket to parents is free. It's sort of a no-brainer. So we don't have to change parents' preferences to change the choices that they make when ESAs will change their effective prices for these alternatives. So enter ESAs. Parents can have the same sort of preferences, but now since the prices have changed for these alternatives, they can afford these alternative options. And if we have a lot of parents that are taking on this set of options, the supply side will respond, and it will build innovative approaches to education to meet these preferences. And now we see this functioning marketplace. To do this, I think we need, it's sort of a go big or go home attempt. Now, that's not to say that ESAs will be useless if they are not in large scale. It's the idea to realize their full potential to create a functioning marketplace that doesn't exist currently. That's where we need to go big or go home. So let's talk about two things that we might settle on when we set up the structure of an ESA. And those, I think, are eligibility and funding. So by eligibility, I just mean how many parents are we allowing to access this. And so let's just think about how eligibility is going to fuel the supply side response that would be necessary to get this new education marketplace up and running. Well, generally speaking, if you have concentrated demand, if we flood the market with parents, then the supply side is going to exuberantly respond. And we're going to have new education service providers, and they're going to expand operations. And we'll be able to see these sort of large-scale market functions that we want. These are the same kind of ideas that would fuel sort of the examples of the Yelp ratings review. You know, those don't work on small scales, they work on large scales. Now, if we have a limited demand, then we would expect a weaker supply side response. And then I would be at least worried that we might not find the supply side response necessary to create something new with ESAs. And this comes into play in large part with 4 of the current ESAs, which are focused on special education students, right? So we've already limited the eligibility, at least compared to Nevada, where we have just thousands and thousands of students, upwards of 95% of the students in an area eligible to spur on the supply side. And so when we have a limited eligibility pool, but with special education students, they are sort of geographically dispersed, right, with population density. So you have an even more diffuse set of consumers that can take advantage of ESAs. And since most education service providers are brick and mortar operations, I'm having trouble seeing how limited eligibility ESAs are going to spur the supply side in the way that we need to achieve a marketplace. So let's switch to another limit, and that would be funding. So I'd borrow here, the way I think about it is from public school finance, a concept of adequacy, which means we would need to use enough money to get students to a certain level. And I think that the same concept applies to ESAs, where we need to make sure that ESAs are adequate enough so that all parents could have meaningful participation in the market. An easy and way to think about this is to think about a ridiculous notion, right? So what if we had a $1,000 ESA? Okay, well, that doesn't provide much of an education, but it would provide more entrance to the market. Those parents who were wealthy or almost wealthy enough to choose private schools or alternative options, but they just need pushing over. So that would obviously slant towards wealthy participants and not be ideal. Now, we're not talking about a change in whether or not we should offer an ESA, but now we're asking, well, what is the degree? If $1,000 is ridiculous, then the question is $5,000 enough? Is $8,000 enough? And the results of an inadequate ESA would be, sorting by wealth, because we're actually giving parents money that they will top off on. We're not giving them free options. So there's a direct correlation here. I think there are some solutions to here, and I talk with these more in the paper, but I think that a substantial increment for poor families, or maybe a sliding scale, can not only help those poor families, it actually may work better to create the marketplace and sort of limit the price points that result from it. Also, there are ideas about using DNF schools, which are these just sort of poor performing schools, as is done in Arizona, and this sort of geographically concentrates the demand, so that may help. The big danger for ESAs, and my biggest worry, is that we will set up a system with the best of intentions, and it turns out to be inequitable. So if we use an inadequate ESA, and it may benefit wealthy families, and this will be demonstrable. I find that, you might find this for poor families who cannot top off, won't participate. Providers may be able to be selective by price or other options. And then, price increases may increase to exacerbate those things. And what would happen if, and this is particularly in the instance of Nevada, if we have our first bite at the marketplace apple, right? Full-scale choice, and we find out that it results in sort of pretty clear inequities, that poor people cannot take advantage of them, wealthy do. I think that would be sort of a black eye for the choice movement. So the dangers for settling on these ESAs, again, in ways that don't achieve the dreams that, or the expectations that we may set out. For families, they may just not, I think the participants will benefit, but the problem is that not many will benefit from participation, and that sort of flows into the markets where the scale necessary to achieve a functioning marketplace may not be there. And ultimately, for the choice movement as a whole, if we have a failure on equity grounds, then it may be sort of a proof case for opponents of choice that make ESAs a cautionary tale.
Well, first, let me thank the folks from AEI for inviting me, my good friend Gerard. I have a lot of friends here, and thank all of you. And I may start yelling from time to time to make sure you don't fall asleep on me. It's very important. And I want to thank our discussants. I read and digested each of their papers, very thought-provoking. But with the discussants' papers and the previous panel, you really get a good idea as to the what and the whys associated with ESAs. There's been some discussion about the hows. I'm going to dig a little deeper on that. But first, I wanted to sort of share my perspective, because it's so easy when you talk about these various aspects of educational choice to lose sight of the end game. To me, the end game, as I've evolved in my thinking, is how do we get to a personalized learning model that works for all American school children? So how do we get there? And what are the tools needed in order for us to get there? And when we talk about this idea of an educated consumer, frankly, an educated consumer is the best way to grow the marketplace. So I want to spend some time talking about how we do that and draw on some of the work that my discussants at the panel have already alluded to. One thing we need to keep in mind is something that John alluded to, and he spent a lot of time talking about it in his paper. And I just love the description. I'm going to use it. I may not always quote John Bailey, but I will use it when he talks about the vampire,
Guarding the blood bank.
Guarding the blood bank. I love that. And we have to understand that something that's just wholly unique and different about us trying to grow sort of a marketplace in this arena is that the vampire, that is the status quo in education, they do an excellent job of guarding the blood bank. So much so, if you think about over the last 20 years, any of the sort of positive gains we've seen in terms of growing school choice has been wrought with the demonization, the persecution of those of us who talk about something different. And if you look at the polls, most people support private school choice. They support charter schools. Yet there's been so much rancor associated with it. You would think that we've made more progress than what we've had. I mean, think about it. There are just 3 million kids in charter schools. That's 6%. Yes, single digits, 6% of the school-age population. 400,000 kids in private school choice programs. But with the way the status quo has reacted and responded to that reality, you would think the numbers were much larger and they were a much more direct threat. And that's really important when you think about ESAs, because the last point that Nat made is so particularly important. They are going to, take a sledgehammer to a fly to destroy a good school choice idea. And we need to come to grips with the reality that if there is a perception that this is more than a camel's nose under the tent, that this is a scheme to allow rich families to subsidize their kids' education, then we really are falling into lockstep with the status quo's main argument, and it would destroy our ability to grow a positive marketplace in support of this. So I think, in terms of how we do it, there are two things. One, I think that John is absolutely right in terms of we have to have some accountability and transparency. And I know for a lot of pure free market purists that that's a problem. But let's think about it. Even on Wall Street, in the stock market, they fall prey to some government regulation in terms of transparency and in terms of ratings and the like. We have to at least concede that in order to grow ESAs and grow the school choice movement, accountability, there's a role for accountability and transparency. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on that because I'm sure folks here and John can talk more in detail about that. But I also think that the big thing that no one else has mentioned is this real tension that has existed internally in the school choice movement, and that is the tension between this pure free market view of the world, which I'm not hostile to, and the social justice argument, which has led to us being able to grow the movement, frankly. I mean, if we think about it, even though the numbers are small compared to all school-age children, the 6% of charter schools, the 400,000 kids in private school choice is a small number. We wouldn't even have that number but for the bipartisan coalitions we've been able to build through the social justice morality argument that has ruled in a lot of legislatures where you have seen some of these bills get passed. And if we don't recognize the importance of trusting parents and trusting our ability to build those bipartisan coalitions, ESAs are doomed. I mean, right now, the laws, the bills that have been pending in all these other states, you know, we have this sort of view of what a model ESA bill would look like. And then, as you know, you get in the legislature and the political realities will water it down, and you end up with something that doesn't even look like what you originally intended. The only way to obviate that reality is to make sure that we continue to build these coalitions and we hammer on the social justice reality that leads people to support these issues. If you look at what, you know, from Milwaukee with Polly Williams and Howard Fuller, and you know, in D.C. with Mayor Williams, in Pennsylvania with Dwight Evans and Tony Williams, across the board, by the Florida situation when we had our tax credit program in Florida, initially no members of the Democratic Party or one Democrat and no members of the Black and Latino caucus voted for it. When it came up for reauthorization several years later, you had a majority of Democrats and Black and Latino caucus members voting for it. We've got to continue to recognize that we have to lead with this social justice argument in order to get the traction that we would like to see in this area. The way to and we have to respect our parents. I mean, look, some people mouth the words about trusting parents, but they don't really trust them to participate in the marketplace as knowledgeable partners. And we have to disabuse ourselves of that reality in order to really grow this movement. Now, Nat mentioned Nevada. Nevada is a case study because you had people like Howard Fuller raining on Nevada. I had some concerns about Nevada because of the point that Nat alluded to. The worst thing that could happen if we want to grow ESAs is if it's viewed as a partisan idea or something that is going to, as I said earlier, just help fund rich people's kids' education. And the challenge with Nevada, you know, is that the differential for low-income working-class families is only about $600. So if you want to grow the movement and you want to push a model bill and you hammer in on the social justice and equity associated with why these bills are important so that everyone can evolve toward this view of personalized learning, then one thing we need to be pushing for, I think, as a movement is a greater differential for poor families. I mean, we just can't have the same amount of money for everyone, and if we want to win the votes in legislatures, then that's a winning argument. We have to make sure that differential is larger than what we've seen in Nevada. The other thing we've got to do, I mean, if you look at the Georgia tax credit program, we got a lot of heat for some of the same reasons that I talked about earlier. But in Nevada, I think another thing we should see is we got to make sure that these low-income, working-class, poor families are first in line. We can't have a situation where it's perceived that, you know, folks of means are able to step ahead of the people with the most acute needs. And so I think that if when we talk about the efficacy of ESAs, we want to grow the marketplace and we want to create a robust supply side marketplace, as Mike alluded to in his paper when he talked about the relationship with the airline industry, then you have to have a more participatory group of citizens who are championing this issue. They're not going to champion it, and the status quo is adroit at really pushing back on its effectiveness if they're able to marginalize us by using some of the same dyed-in-the-wool arguments that they've been using for the last 20 years that we've seen, and we've battle-tested through our experiences with charter schools and private school choice. So I think that there's a real opportunity here. I think we can learn from our experiences, but I also think we have to keep in mind that the best way to grow ESAs is to make sure that it is not just universal in theory, it's universal practically, and that we create laws that benefit all segments of the population we seek to serve.
Three authors and our discussant. So I'm going to throw out a question for the panelists in general. So John reminds us that accountability, transparency, and quality matter to ESAs. Mike reminds us that, yep, that's great. We also have to make sure there's a supply side to this, and also that we look at models of deregulation in the airline industry to see how we can move to scale. And Nat reminds us that, yes, that's also important, but we also must make sure that we have in place using a adequacy model to make sure that funding and regulations don't damper the impact. So we're in Washington, D.C. It's a city where there's been a lot of experimentation with school choice. Let's say that all of you find out tomorrow that we currently have a three-sector system in D.C., charters, traditional public schools, and vouchers. We're now going to add a fourth sector, ESAs. Based upon your chapter and what you know about ESAs, what are the benefits and what are the challenges? And I'll open it up for anyone to take it.
So it's funny because I think it was about a month ago, a little-known Senator Ted Cruz actually put a bill out for an ESA for the District of Columbia. That was nice of him. I think that there is something to the question of would ESAs compete on the choice front. If we invest a great deal in pushing ESAs, particularly in the district where the charter sector is quite successful, both in terms of sort of market presence and in terms of the success of the schools in the district. The other thing that I would wonder is, I don't know, given that there's already three sectors that are relatively well functioning, if the district is a very good place to have an ESA. So I think there's a lot of details, and you can find some of this in several of the papers about why Nevada is actually a really ideal solution for a big move on ESAs, and part of that is the just the population growth. The current existing system is not performing very well, and it is also overstressed. So there's sort of a it's a pregnant time for ESAs to be birthed like Athena in Nevada. So I think that that's a key difference between Arizona and DC.
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in. As I sort of describe in my paper, the kind of forces that shape markets. So the ability for new entrants to participate, the intermediary institutions, so things like what John talked about of either rating systems or ways to get the information to parents to inform their choices, access to capital. So would these new providers be able to get started? Would they have the sort of things they need if it's a new school? Would they have access to a building or access to the human capital? How the money is eventually paid out to people matters. Do you get some of it up front, or do you have to wait until the end? That'll shape who chooses to participate. And then always, I mean, I think the crux of all of this is regulation. And what does the regulatory environment look like for people that want to participate in it? Because unfortunately, what I think we've learned from not just the airline industry, but others, is that oftentimes regulation benefits incumbents, right? So large established organizations know how to sort of work the regulatory system. And so if you want to start some cool new agile thing, and there's only you're two teachers, you've got some cool new way that you want to teach math, you want to offer it in the 80,001st app that's offered there. Depending on how the regulatory environment is, you might not have the capacity to be able to navigate that. That's why we saw, in airline deregulation for the first few years of it, the same airlines stuck around. It was only over time that smaller airlines were able to clear some of that brush away, that they were able to start, that pressure happened. But the last thing that I would also bring up, of even when we talk about Nevada or talk about a lot of these programs, as I showed on that graph of like the long-term effects of airline deregulation, if you look at any of these other fields, it's a longer term. in the initial years after deregulation, because of some bankruptcies and an oil crisis and others, like airline prices went up. And if we had stopped after 3 years and said, whoa, like airline prices went up, clearly this deregulation thing is terrible, it took time for a lot of these other forces to affect. So just knowing what we know about economies that converted from communism to capitalism in the 80s. There were huge shocks in Poland and all of these other places. But then over time, as the institutions built up in response to that. So the final thing that I would say is not to come to hasty conclusions. A lot of these market forces take time to take hold and shape the eventual system.
So maybe I agree with everything that was said. Maybe just, and I know my colleague Matt Ladner has a lot of opinions on this too. He's written about it on Jay Green's blog. There he is in the back. He's probably tweeting right now. But but DC, we've always talked about the 3-sector strategy in DC. There's actually a hidden 4th sector, and that's the special ed population of DC. And because of court orders and a whole variety of things, if you're a special needs child in DC, you are super empowered with choice, like in a way that the DC Opportunity Scholarship just does not reflect. Like we have kids in DC that literally are getting educated at very expensive centers all around the country. And it's one of the big like cost drivers for just Kaya's budget and the DC budget, just generally, because there is this sort of super empowered choice. I can't help but wonder if ESAs wouldn't be a solution, both to still support some of that choice with parents, but also to help with the cost constraints that Kaya wants to help sort of find the best options for those kids with, again, very diverse and very legitimate needs that are very difficult for the traditional system to provide. But there's no sort of incentives right now, as sort of Matt talked about in his presentation, for there to be any sort of sensitivities to cost. And so as a result, ESAs might be a way to help lower the costs, still provide some of the support and choice, and still get the kids the support and the therapy that they need to be successful. So I wonder if that sort of hidden 4th sector that we often don't talk about is the play for ESAs.
Now, see, John, that's why I like you. You're pretty smart. I was going to say the same thing, actually. That knowing DC very well, I could see ESAs working perfectly for the special needs population. We've spent so much money, millions and millions of dollars for our special needs population, and they have not really had their needs addressed the way they should be with the other 3 sectors. And we've been under court orders for virtually 20 years. One of our largest providers historically has been some special needs schools in Utah, where we have to pay for parents to fly back and forth to see their kids in Utah. So I think that I could see ESAs working perfectly for special needs kids in DC, because that is a gap. And I also think that, to Nat's point about how we tailor school choice offerings in various jurisdictions, we do need to think and work smartly when we go from jurisdiction to jurisdiction and understand the nuances. I think that sometimes we've seen this with sort of this avalanche of ESA legislative proposals state by state. Some may not necessarily fit in the state where they're being proposed, so we need to really be strategic and forward-looking in terms of, right here, this is an acute need we can fill, because then you have a more receptive voice. If we wanted to propose ESAs generally in D.C., then, there may be some pushback initially, but if we did say this is how it's worked in terms of Arizona and some of the special needs successes there, and we did it in D.C., I think we could have some real traction here.
Great. And so we have approximately 10 minutes for Q&A with the audience. I've got another question I'll keep up here for right now. For those of you who are watching via live stream, make sure to follow our hashtag. It is hashtag ESAs at AEI. Hashtag ESAs at AEI. And so I will turn it over to someone in the audience who has a question. Again, we have 2 people with a microphone. When you are acknowledged, please give us your name and affiliation and ask a question. And so we've got a question here in the front. I'll start with the person in the green jacket.
Hi, Inez Felcher. I'm from ALEC. And so I've been working on some of these similar issues, and I'm also have the concerns about the private sector either not being aware, not fully engaging because there isn't enough of a market opportunity to make it worthwhile. I guess I'd like to hear everyone speak a little bit more to that, how we might be able to at least take certain percentages of these providers who right now they sell to district in bulk. But some of the things, I think somebody mentioned the apps, like the ed apps, some of them, there's no big cost to opening up to an individual market of parents. They either are already selling to an individual market of parents. So maybe if you could speak a little bit to that distinction, like we might be able to attract certain kinds of ed entrepreneurs and ed tech type people who are already selling on the individual level versus those who are selling to the district level who will need a much bigger incentive, a much broader market to enter.
Maybe just a couple thoughts on that. One of the things that I've done is been sort of watching and monitoring and researching a little bit of kind of like where are all the startups in education sort of coming from and what markets are they serving? And if you look at the vast majority, I don't have the precise percentage, but if you go to EdSurge, if you go to CB Insights, most of the internet startups that are getting formed out in Silicon Valley are going direct to consumer because it's just with distribution channels of being the internet, with consumers having the flexibility to sort of purchase these things. That's where the market is. Often they'll go to the consumer market, and then once they get big enough, that's when they'll move into the school market because the school market just eats up time with these procurement cycles, with these approval cycles. Again, if Duolingo had to rely on textbook adoption cycles in each of the 50 states to scale, they wouldn't be around, and yet now they're serving 110 million kids. So I think what's happening is because there's not flexible use of dollars in the traditional education space, they're going right to consumers who are paying for it out of pocket. And that's, I think, one of the elegant ways that ESAs help address this in much the same way that HSAs complement health insurance and healthcare is that it gives consumers the ability to use some of these dollars to help purchase some of these services that may not be offered inside of their school, but they're still the right services for their kids. So it helps create, I think, a little bit market. I will say Adam and I have found with ESAs that a lot of the supply side, outside of schools are aware. Like in Nevada, all the private schools, all the charters, all the schools are sort of aware of the ESAs. But you go to Silicon Valley where these apps and online services are, very few of them know. And we're finding there's lots of outreach on the side to recruit people in ESAs. We need a very aggressive side on the supply side to kind of let people know about this and how to participate. And these market platforms, again, can be a place for that to help with where that takes place.
Yeah, I mean, that's these sort of intermediary institutions that can help both on the supply and the demand side, which is, again, I shouldn't want to harp on airlines, but I realize I devoted most of my paper to talking about them. But, I mean, the idea of, like when you go on kayak and you look, some of them, like, you might see an airline you didn't know existed, right? Or that the opportunities were there. And the sort of analytic back out that can be done from that on the supply side of seeing where the demand is and learning how to meet that. So rather than trying to take a kind of shot in the dark of figuring out where should we operate, being able to back out, well, here we're already seeing some kind of organic demand there. We should jump in more and deal with that.
Let me say this real quick because my colleague at AFC, Scott Jensen, he says something real, I think, profound about this. I mean, one of the challenges with the whole ESA concept, it's a simple concept. You know, all the goods and services you need for your kids' education over a period of years, you take the money, you spend it. But it's confusing because in our traditional K through 12 experience, we have this dependent care mindset where, you just turn your kid over to the school and it's a one-size-fits-all and they take care of it for 12 years. And so, there's to grow the marketplace, there has to be a simple, straightforward education curve that we go through to get people to understand that this is something they can do. You have people, even parents of means, who don't grasp all that, and a lot of those services they think are down the road, maybe for high school. They don't realize that even in elementary school, there are services that they can actually access that would supplement or augment the school day. And so I think that the challenge we have is, we know it, we understand it, and, we have to understand it, take those baby steps to bring people along so that they see the value of it. And that is the overall challenge of personalized learning as a whole, because for the last 150, 200 years, we've had this situation where people are used to instinctively turning their kids over and trusting the government to do all this. And it takes a big disciplinary effort on our part to not just say you are wrong, but let's excite the possibilities associated if you are empowered to access these services and spend based on what's best for your individual child.
Yeah. So just personally, I think about this. I have 3 children who are overwhelming, even as I send them to a school. And when I think about, well, let me, devise a individualized plan, that just that's mind-boggling. And so I think this distinction between we have a market with schools that are unitary institutions that bring children from point A to point B, ideally, and then we have these other market participants which are supplementary to that, but we don't have sort of intermediary institutions or even sort of much experience about making the one out of the other. So this does make me, so there's some interesting work on this. Reschool in Colorado is trying to re-envision how Colorado education works. And one of the key points in here, in their thought is we need to have people that actually help parents do this, that they help parents build a entire education out of these constituent pieces. And I think it's worth considering, can an ESA work? It's sort of as a grand scale, as not a way to do school but to replace school, to reschool, without those intermediary institutions or guides.
Yeah, just to build on, and I did not have enough words in the paper to be able to explore this more, but I tried to acknowledge that for ESAs to really take a hold, we're probably going to have to re-envision a little bit what the role of guidance counselors have been and what will be in this sector. And also, again, I try to draw on lessons from other places. Like healthcare is super rich in this place, but the other area for this place on advice is in the financial sector, where it has grown so complex for the average person has more choices now than ever before in terms of where to park and invest for retirement and to invest their funds. And that can be very overwhelming to some people. And so there's very simple mutual funds to do that. And for other people that want to put together more sophisticated combinations and tinker and track the markets, they can do that too. But there's a whole range of these intermediate organizations that are trying to help that. Again, particularly on the internet, you have Betterment, Personal Capital, Wealthfront. Aspiration was just started by someone who used to work here in DC. Some of these things are automated, but again, it's helping people to make sense of these choices and put together a package that makes sense for them. I think we're going to need that in this space to help figure out the right combination of apps and courses and therapies and after-school programs and in-school programs to sort of put together a coherent college or career-ready education for their kids.
And look, one 20-second thing, and that's why I'm really excited about ESAs, because I think more than other private school choice or choice offerings, this has an opportunity to educate the consumer to embrace personalized learning more than any of the others if we do it right. And that's why it's really exciting.
So one of our viewers actually accepted my invitation to send a question, and so I'm going to ask this question. We have 3 minutes left, and so you can answer it within that time. What percent of state per pupil funding? What percentage of state per pupil funding is usually given to ESAs? What about states with low funding? Second question, is there a per pupil funding threshold to make ESAs effective? And so with 3 minutes left, I'll let any one of you tackle that within 45 seconds or less if you want to give everyone a shot.
Yeah, I'll jump in really quickly because I think an important point needs to be made. We have absolutely no idea how much it costs to educate a child, right? So right now we know how much we spend to educate a child, but we have no idea how much it actually costs. So some of this stuff we have to work through the existing funding formula, which was made by a sausage making process that suddenly came out to, like, I live in Missouri and I don't even know what the number is, but it's like $1 less than that. Like, oh my God, $1 more than that, we're good. Like, I have no idea if that's actually true. One of the cool things about ESAs, because people are actually able to manipulate those dollars amongst multiple providers, it might actually help us answer some of these questions that have vexed us for decades, which is how much money are we supposed to send, because we can allow supply and demand curves to meet one another and actually get a much better understanding of what that is.
I thought that was all cleared up in school choice litigation, but I do think that the question really gets to some important points. So I'll go back to the DC example. One really great advantage for DC in bringing in an ESA is that they don't have 3 funding streams; they have 2 funding streams. But most states have state, local, and federal funds. And let's drop the local. Right, Tim, because that's a problem for constitutionality, and the federal funds don't follow. So the federal funds could change, and that could be a really nice way for the federal government to assist states that are trying to innovate here, and that's a whole other issue. But so we do have a limited amount of funding for states to institute these things, and so then that becomes, well, where do we get? Is it enough? And I don't know the answer to that, but I worry about it. And this also brings me to the question of, so how can we help this? To get from point A to point B if there is an inadequate ESA. And I think that there could be, multiple equilibriums, and that we have to get over this initial hump. And so I really do think that philanthropy can have a really powerful influence on here. If you have an inadequate ESA and it just needs an extra $1,000, or in the case of Nevada, if you could get a philanthropic match for the poverty increment, so it moves from 600 to 1,200, I would be much more hopeful about that. So I think there's a large role for philanthropy to play in getting these from tiny to sustainable.
So 10 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, I agree with most of what's been said, especially what Mike said too. We don't know what it costs to educate a student, and often the formulas that are baked into state budgets and how they're used at a district just sort of assume a cost for the bundled services in that district, right? So if that district gets $10,000 but they don't offer AP calculus for kids, well, it's $10,000 plus, right? So I think ESAs will tease out some of these price points the way that it has in healthcare, and again, other consumer directed benefits. Department of Labor has been doing consumer driven accounts for job training. We find out that people can find more cost affordable job training than through the traditional WIA program. So I think we'll probably see similar data points here.
So we have come to a close for panel 2, where we discussed the need for a marketplace to have it flourish. We heard from 3 authors. I want to thank them. I also want to thank our discussant, Kevin Chavis. We will now move into lunch. And again, I want to thank all of you, and we look forward to a conversation during lunch as well. So thank you.
I did the entrepreneur thing. I was trying to
a lunch discussion with two people who play very important roles in the school choice movement. For those of you who are watching through the viewing audience, if you have any questions, you can please send those to hashtag ESAs at AEI. Again, hashtag ESAs at AEI. Again, for those of you who are here for the first time, my name is Gerard Robinson. I'm a resident fellow here at AEI, and I have the privilege to moderate a discussion between two people. The first is Betsy DeVos. Betsy is the manager. In fact, she is the chair of the WinQuest Group, which is a privately owned firm which works with investment and management across the board. In addition to her working in the private sector, she also works in politics. Four times, she was elected chair of the Michigan Republican Party, and in that role, she was able to influence people to think differently about public policy. She was also a strategic thought partner to those at the national level as well. Today, we are fortunate that she's using her professional and political capital to invest in education choice. And she does it through a number of roles. One is as the chair for the American Federation for Children. It's one of the largest, most important nonprofits in the country, focused on making sure that children and families have access to quality schools, particularly those from low-income, working class, and underserved communities. In addition to serving there, she's also on the board of the Philanthropy Roundtable, which is also important to the work we do because philanthropy helps with our K-12 reform. She has a number of areas where she works. She also helped support the DeVos Institute for Art Management at the University of Maryland. And we are proud to say she's also on the Board of Trustees here at AEI, so I want to welcome one of our trustees to AEI. The second person is Congressman Luke Messer. He represents the 6th District in the state of Indiana. Congressman Messer is the chair of the House Committee, House Republican Committee. He's also a member of the House Financial Services Committee and the House Education and Workforce Committee. Among the many things that he has done while in Congress, one is to become the founder and the chair of the Congressional School Choice Caucus. And let me say, as someone who's been involved with school choice for 25 years, it's great to see a school choice caucus in Congress. And so we're glad to. Before coming to Congress, he served 2 terms in the Indiana State Legislature, where he supported a number of bills. One in particular that he's proud of is his work for students who've dropped out and trying to make a reform effort there. He's worked in the private sector, as did Betsy DeVos, but he also was involved with advocacy work with School Choice Indiana. So we have 2 people who've dedicated a portion of their political career, their contacts, and their knowledge to school reform. And so we're just going to have an open conversation about ESAs and what they will mean. And so I'll start off first with Betsy DeVos, and then we'll turn over to the Congressman.
Well, thank you so much, Gerard. It is great to be here today, great to be with you all. And as Gerard mentioned, I'm really honored to serve on the board of AEI, and probably more relevant for today as chairman of the American Federation for Children, that we call the nation's voice for school choice. AFC's really been part of making education savings account a reality for families since we worked with local allies to enact the first program in Arizona in 2011. And in fact, we've been actively working in all 5 of the states that currently have adopted some form of an ESA program. So I'm really excited to be here today to talk about this recent innovation in education choice. In preparing for today's discussion, I was thinking back on my more than 2 decades of involvement in activism for education choice. And it is really incredible to think about the progress that's been made. In the last 6 years alone, we've doubled the number of school choice states to 25 plus the District of Columbia, doubled the number of school choice programs to 50, and doubled the number of children benefiting from private school choice to nearly 400,000 today. This success is really driven by our collective belief that we want the best educated students in the world. And I know that in this room, we do not have to read off the statistics from the 2013 PISA reports or predict where we're going to be in the next one to remind anyone how our nation's education system has at best flatlined and at worst that it continues to decline. For 26 years, school choice, whether private school choice or public school choice, has served the immediate remedy for students in need. But many of us have long recognized that if we started building an education system from scratch, it would look radically different than the one-size-fits-all model that's based on the 19th century approach the Prussians so kindly provided us. Instead, we'd have a system that's really built to meet the needs of every child, celebrating their uniqueness and their individuality rather than force-fitting them into a one-size-fits-all model. But due to a combination of nostalgia for the schools of yesterday and entrenched political interests that we're all too familiar with, the ones that benefit from the current system, starting from scratch has not been viable, which is why ESAs hold so much promise. They're a form of education choice that can be anything to anyone. For some parents, they become another form of a tuition voucher they use to send their child to a quality private school that best meets their needs. For other parents, and we've seen this especially with special needs parents, ESAs are a tool to create a custom education, one not afforded by the traditional system. Education savings accounts really make me enthused about the potential of what's next. The belief that we'll finally be able to revolutionize our nation's education, moving from the antiquated assembly line model to a customizable approach to education, reflective of today's economy. There are three things that I think about, though, as we consider ESAs. First, granted, ESAs are a promising innovation. I'm in this movement much like the rest of you, not just for the intellectual argument, but to change lives. I want our kids to be the best educated kids in the world. I want to help children trapped in schools that fail to meet their needs, and I want to help them now, immediately. ESAs are very new. They currently serve only 6,000 of the 400,000 students in private choice programs, and we're still trying to understand and determine how best to implement these programs to maximize enrollment. The ESA program in Florida today serves 3,800 kids, while the largest private school choice program in the country, also in Florida, serves 80,000 kids. We need to acknowledge that education choices continue to grow when we help enact programs that are best suited for each state and each situation at the time. And we have to continue to defend and to grow the current programs while working to enact new ESAs. And at the same time, to be open to the next form of education choice that hasn't even been created yet. The second thing is, I think we really need to embrace common sense accountability. I'm a fiscal conservative and a parent, and now a grandparent, and I believe tax dollars should be accountable to taxpayers, and school and student performance should be transparent to parents. The long-term viability of ESA programs will rest on public and policymaker support for them, which will be enhanced with common sense accountability. Let's not kid ourselves. There will be bad actors who try to exploit this freedom, and our opponents will be eagerly waiting to exploit them. We have to be diligent to ensure the programs are well-designed, sustainable, poised for growth, transparent, and accountable to parents and taxpayers. The third thing is being intentional about being bipartisan. The long-term viability of education choice is strengthened by developing a broad bipartisan coalition. In today's climate, this is especially important. We want today's education choice programs to withstand the push and pull of election cycles, which is why AFC supports both Republicans and Democrats who will fight for these programs. A child's opportunity for a great education is an aspiration and an inspiration for all of us. Thank you to Gerard and AEI for hosting us today, and I'm delighted to be here with Representative Messer.
So thank you, Betsy. It's great to be here. It's great to be on this panel with such luminaries and champions in the cause as both Betsy and Gerard. First, a quick word about Betsy. I've known Betsy a very long time because when I was frankly, when I was a state legislator, before I even became the head of School Choice Indiana, we worked together to bring these programs to Indiana with my good friend Robert over here from Friedman as well. I can tell you this, there are 200,000 kids in Indiana today that are participating in some sort of alternative choice programs. About 35,000 homeschooled, about 35,000 in our private voucher programs, about 35,000 in charters, something like 75,000 in our public school choice programs, because one of Indiana's most interesting programs is the fact that if you're a public school student in Indiana, you can go to any other public school in the state. In fact, we have an environment in Indiana where some neighboring schools are buying billboards in the community next to them saying you should come to our school. None of those opportunities would have happened without the work of Betsy, Robert, and others that came to our state. There were a whole lot of public policy champions, of course, that cast the hard votes, pushed the hard policies. But I thank you on behalf of our state for all of your work there. Gerard, of course, has a remarkable career. I read almost everything that he puts out. Most recently, I thought he put out a fascinating article about the point that within this movement, we have to be careful that we don't just stop at the moral case for choice, and that we also always take the next step to talk about the practical case for choice as well. Now, I have to say, I believe the moral case matters. I believe if you read the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, it says that we are all endowed by our Creator with certain rights, and among them is the right to pursue happiness, right? The right that you have to have a shot at the American dream. And in modern life, that can't happen if you don't have access to a quality education. It's frankly immoral that we have millions of kids in America that don't have an opportunity to walk into a good school. And we all have to continue to fight for the fact that every kid in America should have that opportunity. I also think that we have to remember the practical reality of what happens when you have choice, right? The practical reality for our economy is this. When you look at all the angst in this debate, and without getting into all the nuances of the presidential election, I will tell you my belief that for both Mr. Trump and Mr. Sanders, their election success is probably a lot less about the specifics of what they're saying, and it's about what they're not, right? Which is they're not the status quo. They're not continuing to do the same. We're living in an America where lots of folks in the middle of this economy have angst. I mean, numbers that this room probably knows, but the median wage in America in real dollar terms has gone up 84 cents in 50 years. And in the last 12 years in America, the bottom 80% of wage earners have seen a net decline in their income. Where I grew up, nobody thought they'd get to buy a beach home when they retire, but they figured they could at least buy a boat, drive to the lake, and come home at the end of the day. Now they worry whether their kids will ever have a chance to succeed and whether they'll ever get to retire. And what this room knows is that the key to bridging that gap for America, for Americans, is access to a high quality education. Because all of those numbers, all those income numbers we talked about, are very different for college educated America than they are for those that aren't. The second thing that this room would know is that choice programs work. That, for example, we just had a debate on the floor of the House on the DC OSP program. 90% of the kids in the DC OSP program succeed, right, graduate. Those are extraordinary numbers compared to the broader group of kids, all from the same zip codes, who are graduating at no better than 2/3 that rate. Public school programs, Robert's group has done research. Public schools do better in climates where choice happens. Gerard made the point, I'm very proud of the work we've done in Indiana on dropout rates in our state. I passed a set of bills a few years back that changed the dropout age in Indiana from 16 to 18. We had some other changes that brought more college opportunities into our high schools. Indiana's graduation rate has gone from 70% to 90% over that last decade, at the same time that we were dramatically changing access to alternative education. In other words, in the decade where that 20% improvement happened, Indiana opened up the floodgates to choice. My ask of this room and those in the movement that have been a part of bringing these policies to states across America, is it's time to plant a flag in Washington, D.C. too. As somebody who's spent time in one state, in Indiana, on this movement, I know the way this has sort of worked. We've gone around the country from state to state to state. We've planted a flag. We've put the resources and a plan together. We've understood that it wasn't going to happen overnight, that it took a period of years, that you had to elect folks, you had to win the argument, and then you could win the policy, and then you had to stay there and support it afterwards. And while we all understand in this room that the federal dollars attached to education are a relatively low percentage of the total dollars spent, depending on your estimate, somewhere between 10 and 20% of the dollars, we're still talking about billions of dollars and millions of kids who could be touched by these programs. And I think education savings accounts can be a big part of that policy debate. Some in this room may remember the old mantra of the conservative movement that we should abolish the Department of Education. I have to tell you, frankly, from my perspective, I've read the Constitution. I recognize there's nothing in there about the Federal Department of Education. But I also believe if you're not careful when you talk about doing that, you sound to moms and dads all across America like you don't care about their kids and their future. A better way to deal with this issue, I believe, is to empower parents. What if we could take the tens of billions of dollars we spend as a federal government and give parents access to those dollars? It'd be the ultimate devolution of power from Washington to individual families. And because we know these programs work, millions of families across America would have a better chance at the American dream. So look forward to the conversation today. Thanks.
Thank you. So both of you focused on school choice, national conversation, and we know why it's important. We often hear people say, well, how is school choice really going to change traditional public schools? You made a note that research shows that it will. ESAs are unique because they really empower parents to do things they can't do with vouchers, tax credits, vouchers, or tax deductions. For both of you, how will this really impact American education in the traditional sense?
First.
Well, I think it has the opportunity to dramatically change and impact it in that the more parents and students that are allowed to customize the education experience for their child or children, the more innovation we're going to see in terms of the delivery mechanisms for education. And, I mentioned the fact that we're continuing to really insist nearly everybody fit into an antiquated model. It's an industrial model that kind of views kids as widgets, and that is certainly not where the world is headed today. Everywhere around us, we see technology has changed the way we're able to approach almost every other aspect of our lives, and yet it has remained fairly impervious to education. And so I think that empowering parents and empowering kids with a tool like an education savings account it's going to be messy, and you won't be able to predict exactly what can happen or will happen. But as long as you accept some messiness in the process, I think the outcomes have just tremendous potential.
Yeah, Gerard, I wish I could attribute it to the person that made this wise statement, but and maybe you wrote it. I read somewhere that the education savings accounts are sort of the iPhone of the school choice debate. Probably someone in this room wrote that as compared to the rotary phone of old. And we all know the story behind why these programs were invented, in part to get around some of the constitutional limitations in some states. But to me, what's brilliant about this option is it meets families where they are. I mean, the reality of providing a quality education for your child is it's not just about being able to walk in the door of a school where you have a strong educational opportunity. It's also about potentially tutoring. It's about technology. It's about being able to save the dollars it takes to then have access to higher education as well. And what I love about ESAs is that it lets each family decide what's best for their child. And I really think this is an argument we can win with the American people. Who do you trust best to look out for your child? You or some federal or state bureaucrat? Of course we all will look out for our own child. And so I think it's an exciting opportunity and one that I believe is the next generation of the broader choice debate.
So, Congressman, you had a chance last year to move Every Student Succeeds Act across the goal line. We know that there were a number of school choice ideas, whether it was Title I, portability, and others. Talk a little bit about the role the federal government can play in advancing the ESA concept.
Yeah, thanks. So, there are few policies that Betsy mentioned earlier, the importance of bipartisanship and the education reform debate. Few policies brought Republicans and Democrats together quite like repealing No Child Left Behind, right? It was not popular on either side of the aisle. I think, frankly, we've got to remember some of the ideas surrounding accountability, the fact that we are having disaggregated data to make sure that there aren't large subgroups of people left behind. I mean, some of those things continue in the revision of the K-12 Act. We did in that bill include a broader expansion of charters and easier to reauthorize charters, and I think that is a positive step too. I believe we need to be much, much bolder in what we're doing from a federal perspective to encourage and enhance choice opportunities. I'm not suggesting we create a federal Department of School Choice. I think the way to do it is to empower families to use these dollars. The largest swath of money is Title I dollars. I know you and I have had several conversations, Gerard, that because Title I was created in an era that's, as Betsy described, right, where federal dollars went to the institution, it is complicated to unwind that formula and and attach the dollars to an individual child. What we're asking and what we're pushing for is, for frankly several decades, even on our side of the aisle, the conversation has gone there and stopped. Mm-hmm. Essentially, people have said, well, it's complicated, so what's the next thing going on? And what we're saying is it's past time to figure out how we make this happen. What's exciting is there now is an emerging group. The bill you referenced, HR 554, that we're working on with Mike Lee. We've got a bill with Ted Cruz, Tim Scott. The chairman, the Senate chairman, is, of course, Lamar is very supportive. So I think there is a climate. One of the challenges we have, frankly, is that a whole lot of folks who ought to be champions of this don't know it yet because they haven't really thought a lot about the issue. And then I think, frankly, what Betsy described about the importance of this being bipartisan, in my life experience, that bipartisan push tends to come from the market up. Mm-hmm. So the more families that have access to these kinds of opportunities, many of them, frankly, live in communities that are served by my Democratic colleagues, and the more likely then you are to have members across the aisle who are willing to consider these programs as well.
So,
and you know what, Gerard, I just thought about it. You asked a very specific question about ESAs. The importance of our bill, we believe, as currently written, the bill would allow access to ESAs in the states that already have them, and it would allow access to be used to supplement vouchers in states that do that. But we're going to be working on language that makes that far more express so that it's clear that it would include ESAs as well.
Yeah, if I could just add on to what the Congressman said, I think it's really important, in fact, imperative that we collectively have a real sincere effort to help educate the current members of Congress about education choice in general. Because I'll bet if you asked 15 of your colleagues to define education choice, you'd probably get 20 different definitions. I really don't think a lot of them know and understand what we in this room mean when we talk about education choice, or at least there's not a common understanding, and what all the different possibilities are and the implications are. And so I think part of the eventual, I think inevitable support for what you're talking about is to really help current members have a much greater understanding of the reality of the definition. And then also, I think, exposure to some of the kids who have actually benefited from these programs in DC or in states like Indiana and Florida, to just hear their stories. There's nothing more powerful than those stories, to hear about how their individual lives have changed and the trajectory and their future is totally different because of it.
Yeah, and can I just add to Betsy's point, some statistics that focus, let's just give you one statistic. 1 million kids in America are waitlisted on charter schools, right? There's probably no one in this room that doesn't know that, right? But there's a whole lot of America that doesn't, and many of them serve in Congress, right? And so the sort of basics of this, beyond that, listen, one of the most powerful moments for me in the last year or two, I went by the Basis School here in Washington, D.C., where kids in every zip code in the District of Columbia were receiving a STEM education on a college level track. When they came and asked the congressman questions, we had a question and answer session. The first question was, and right, these kids were a mosaic of the District of Columbia. The first question was, Congressman, why doesn't my neighbor and my cousin, and in some cases even my brother, have access to this kind of education too? And when members see that, you can't help but be moved by it.
Mm-hmm.
So Betsy, you're still involved in the private finance world through your work currently. A lot of those who are involved in private finance often invest their money into foundations in order to support work. You've seen philanthropy personally and professionally. What role can the philanthropic community play in advancing the ideas behind ESAs?
Well, I think the philanthropic world has a large role in helping to spread the reality of education choices. We've seen philanthropists over the years enact private voucher programs, essentially, many of which are maintained today. In fact, Dick and I personally have supported a small urban school in Grand Rapids, urban Christian school in Grand Rapids that currently has like 700 students. They have to raise 90% of their operating funds annually. But once you get involved with a school like that and invested and meet these children personally, you can't not support the work that they're doing. So, I mean, philanthropy can help to sort of bridge the gap between places where programs aren't yet available. And I would just say parenthetically, Michigan's particularly difficult because of our Constitution, and where they are coming on stream, and look for opportunities to help new fledgling education establishments. I don't want to call them all schools because we think of buildings. They don't all have to be buildings. Help them get off the ground. And I think on the previous panel, somebody had suggested the fact that in Nevada, perhaps there could be a philanthropic effort to enhance the education savings account amounts there for particularly low-income families. Maybe that's a good and important way for the program in Nevada to really get off the ground. There is definitely a major role that philanthropy can play, and for many years, I think a lot of philanthropists have tried to change the existing system, and billions and billions and billions of dollars have been invested in that direction. I would argue take even a fraction of that and redirect it around providing other opportunities, and we will see way more measurable results than trying to keep pushing the same rock uphill.
Yeah, I would add just that Pat Rooney started a tax credit program in Indiana that was one of the first in the country, a model for many. Fred Klipsch, who's also a great friend and mentor of mine, has carried on that tradition. I think 10,000 kids in Indiana have access to a tax credit scholarship programs. It's become sort of the gateway into our broader system, and tens of thousands of kids over the years have done that. I think it's important as we think about, and as excited as I am about ESAs and what they mean. I think they could be the big breakthrough. I believe we need to diversify our options, and of course the broader civic gifting ought to be part of that.
Well, if I could just add one more thing, I should actually also mention, it's great when philanthropists sort of follow a personal passion, and I should mention the fact that my husband started a charter high school that's focused on aviation. He's a pilot, and he has been involved as long as I have in trying to help change education and give parents more choices. So he started that school a few years ago, and today, this year there will be probably 25 of the senior class that will get their private pilot's license while they're in high school, and they have a long waiting list of kids that want to get into the charter high school. And so I use it as an example of different ways that philanthropy can be deployed, because while it is a charter public school, there still are parts of the program offering that have to be privately funded. So
it's worth noting that both mentioned the role of philanthropy in the early years. Rooney was a golden rule. And you also had John Walton and others who invested early money into something called CEOs for America. And these were leaders who said, we're going to invest our money in a private sector, privately funded voucher program in hope that one day the public sector would catch up. So there's a lot of history behind that as well. I'll have one more question, and then we'll open it to the audience. We have no idea how 2016 will turn out. We know that on both sides of the fence, education has been a marginalized issue. School choice has received very little discussion. If you had to provide the incoming administration with one recommendation on how to make ESAs make sense, what would it be?
Boy, that's not an easy one. I would, couple of things. One, particularly on my side of the aisle, I've been encouraged by the fact that virtually every, I'll be careful here what I say, but every presidential candidate that had a platform included school choice as one of their 1, 2, or 3 top line items on that platform. So I think a lot of sort of the embedded assumptions of the last couple decades are melting away if we can do the work here to get members to the right place. Beyond that, to me, what is it that John Dillinger said when they asked about banks? It's where the money is, right? I mean, what I think you have to do is look at the programs where the dollars are, Title I being chief among them, and try to find ways to take, what does it look like to practically take those dollars and let them follow a child? One of the real injustices of the current way we distribute Title I, by the way, is if you're not in a qualifying school, but you meet those income other limitations and have many of those challenges, you don't have access to those dollars. Now, there's some exceptions to that depending on what your partnership with a different school would be, and again, stuff everybody here would understand. But we're on the side of justice here, I believe, and we, as a movement, have to get through the practical questions of how this can be done so that we can start winning the debate more broadly.
And I have great optimism that with great leadership in the Congress, we have a real opportunity to advance this regardless of who occupies the White House. I think back to the 90s when welfare reform was accomplished over the protestations of the then president, but it happened. And so I'm confident that Representative Messer and others will be able to really help affect change from within.
Well, thanks, Betsy. And again, because of the work of so many in this room and outside the room, hopefully watching, I mean, the public consciousness has changed on these issues. I mean, today, 75% of African Americans support these policies. 75% of millennials support these policies. So now those that are trying to oppose these policies are standing against 75% issues. Take charter schools, for example. Let's be candid in the room. 20 years ago, there was not bipartisan consensus on charters, right? Today, most of my colleagues across the aisle are going to say, well, I don't like that crazy outside the system stuff. But charters, I'm for charters. I'm for magnets, right? There's just no reason to believe we can't make that next leap when the public's with us.
Okay, so what we are going to do is to open it up to the audience. Again, hashtag ESAs at AEI. What I will ask is to ask a question, give your affiliation, and then direct it to either one of the two or both. And we'll start on this side of the room.
Hi, my name is Craig DeSessa, and I'm with the Middle Resolution in Virginia. And we've been championing the ESA in Virginia. And I have a question for you, Ms. DeVos. You mentioned accountability. What measures does AFC promote for accountability with the ESA?
Well, you'd have to ask some of our team for a lot of the detail on it, because as I will be first to admit, I'm not really a great detail person on the specifics of the policies in each of the states. But generally speaking, having transparency to the program and how the monies are actually what things they're able to be used for, with a minimum of what they're not able to be used for. So a framework of regulation that will provide as much freedom and experimentation and opportunity as possible, and at the same time the ability to report and make accessible to parents and others the results of their kids' accomplishments, achievements. So around reporting and transparency, not a lot of rules and regulations about what can't be done, because I think that ESAs in general are opportunities for great experimentation, and so we shouldn't be putting handcuffs around them, but having openness to how, what the results are when they are used is probably. Mm-hmm.
Question in the middle, and then I'll make my way to the right.
Hi, Jason Russell with the Washington Examiner. This is kind of a specific question about Title I, but I think it speaks to a larger debate about school choice. And that's, when it came up in Congress, it struck me that there were so many Democrats opposed to Title I portability, even though it was essentially designed as a pilot program that states could opt into. So, all the Democratic states that aren't huge fans of school choice could have said no, whereas, Republican states could have said yes. So why was there so much opposition, even though that was a pilot program? Because that kind of reminds me of all of the opposition we see to tax credit scholarships that essentially do almost little to no damage to public schools' budgets, yet they are so fiercely opposed.
Yeah, so the short answer is the status quo is a fierce fighter. And the longer answer, I think you make a very important point about the legislation we're working on, is that it is a federalist approach that says that in states that decide to use these dollars in this way, they can empower families. In states that don't decide to do that, they can continue to use Title I dollars in the way that they're using them now. Frankly, I think the status quo is a fierce fighter, but it's losing ground quickly. And it's losing ground because the families that are being empowered and seeing great success are talking to their friends and neighbors, and more people want access to these opportunities. So that's why I continue to be confident that in the long run we'll win.
There's a question over here.
Thank you. My name is Li Yang. Thanks for your presentation. You mentioned a lot of problems in our educational system, and transparency or quality of teachers or one size fits all. But I think currently in a public school, they have advanced placement class, they have a magnet class for gifted and talented students, and they have a special need for special class, special children. So I just wonder if you don't fix those problems, even they have another problem, if you don't fix those, you just stay away, and you eventually will come up with new problem. And as you say, you are not a detailed person, but inside a problem, administrative problem, financial problem, you don't even know where the money go, and there's no accountability. So how are you going to focus your direction rather than to a separate school system? Go to a public school, let the majority of people who can stay there, concentrate, and to learn something, even the high tech. There's no reason you go to the private school and ignore the public school. So I just wonder if you can focus on your time and effort, concentrate on the problem solving. I think you can see this time election, you even have a new GOP nominee, everybody is laughing at it. So what's the problem? We got to promote democracy and ask our children to have a good conscience, good fairness. So wherever you go, you based on the principle of fairness to deal with the problem.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think, do you have something you want to say?
Go ahead.
No, I would just say this. One, I think part of what you said there is that there are lots of kids that have going to public schools and have access to high quality opportunities. And the reality is that probably under any system of choice, the vast majority of kids in any near-term horizon are going to go to a school that more or less resembles the current public school system. The challenge is this, is the promise of long-term reform to someone who is locked in a school that's failing with success rates of, in some elementary schools, 25 and 30%, and some high schools, graduation rates of 30%. Those individual kids don't have time to wait for us to get it right in the long run. So I believe the best way to both provide opportunities to families that need help now, letting them decide what's best for their child, and frankly also push the system to get better, because they're now responding to a climate where the folks that come to their school are customers, not just someone that's obligated to go to their school and locked there by zip code, is the system that's going to best lead to better results in the long run.
And I would agree with everything you said there. And I think of the possibility of ESAs in this way. I think about the fact that every 26 seconds a kid drops out of school. That's like 1.3 million kids a year. Mm-hmm. And I would hazard a guess that more than a few of them were bored to death, were very uninclined to go and sit in rows in a classroom and listen to somebody talk to them for extended periods of time. Very different learners. Curiosity was burnt out of them at an early age. If there's a way to capture and reignite the desire for learning in even half of those kids, not even to mention the ones that are going through school and coming out the other end ill-prepared for anything, much less college or anything else, I think that the promise that ESAs represent is significant and needs to be mined to the depths.
So we are now at the point where we're going to close. I want to thank Betsy DeVos for her leadership in the school choice movement, for her leadership in the philanthropic community as well. I want to thank the congressman for his work, not only in Congress, but also influencing state lawmakers in a role you used to have on how to think very differently. We've had a national discussion about ESAs, and that's important. We've also had a discussion about the role that states will play. And this conversation was particularly important because we often shape the narrative at the national level on why ESAs matter. We've heard from two people who have done that, and with that, I will end this event, this part of the presentation, and we'll move on to panel 3. Let's give our panelists a round of applause.
Get started with our last panel of the day. Thanks for everyone who's sticking around. So for this last panel, we're going to talk parents, practitioners, and politics. So we're going to move away from some of the economics, constitutional considerations, and think tankery we've been going into, and talk a little bit more about on-the-ground realities, how parents are using these, the politics of them, and how state departments and others can kind of operationalize these and make them more accountable. So as always, we'll do questions at the end. We're going to start with about 7 to 10 minute presentations from our panel, and then we'll have a 10-minute discussant at the end. But first, we're going to start with Robert Enlow, and Robert is going to talk about the politics of ESAs and some of the polling and public perceptions of them. Robert is the president and CEO of the Freeman Foundation for Educational Choice, which, as of yesterday, announced that they're going to be changing their name rather soon, end of July. So we look forward to seeing that. The Adam Pischak Center for Educational Choice is open, if you want to go with that route. Robert's been, I think, at the Freeman Foundation since it started, right? I mean, you've been around, so he's been in the thick of school choice battles for decades, and is kind of one of the more esteemed people to be talking on this subject. And his organization has kind of guided the education of a lot of us in the movement to learn more about those programs. So he'll talk about that. He'll be followed by Gerard Robinson, who is a resident fellow here at AEI, and he's going to talk a little bit about state administrative agencies and how they can play a role here. And he's pretty well suited to talk about that. He was the Florida Commissioner of Education. He served as the Governor's Secretary of Education in Virginia, and has served an advocacy role as the president of the Black Alliance for Educational Options. So he'll talk a little bit about that. And then we'll go on to Alicia Finley, who is an editorial writer for the Wall Street Journal, where she reports on education reform, local and state government, environmental regulation, politics, and business. If I can say, as an editor of this book, I would say if you could only pick one chapter to read, it would be hers, because it's talking about how these are really impacting parents on the ground. And it's something that we don't do enough of in this movement, is talk about how it's really impacting individual families. And then lastly, we'll talk to Senator Scott Hammond, who is a senator at the Nevada State Senate, where he represents the 18th District. He serves as vice chair of the Senate Education Committee, member of the Judiciary Committee, and chair of the Transportation Committee. Importantly, he was an educator for 16 years and has recently taken a role as an assistant principal at a charter school, and very useful for this conversation in that he sponsored Senate Bill 302, which was the legislation that created the Nevada program, which is, as you heard, a near universal program that's going to be impacting 93% of kids in the state. And I think he should wear a sash that talks about how he was a sponsor of Senate Bill 302 and just gets standing ovations everywhere he goes. So we'll end with him with 10 minutes of discussion. And so we'll start now with Robert, and he can go ahead and kick things off.
Great. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Robert Enlow of the Freeman Foundation, which is the nation's oldest organization supporting universal school choice. I'm that free marketer you hear a lot about. We are changing our name because Milton Friedman asked us not only to change our name, but to take the idea of ed choice to the next level. And so that's what we're going to do, because this is a new generation. And so as you think about new generations, you have to think about politics. And as Senator Hammond said when he got up here, he said, no one has a PowerPoint. Well, that's because we're talking about politics. You don't write things down. So in our chapter, we wanted to find out why ESA growth is faster than any other type of choice. So in the last 5 years, it has grown faster than vouchers and tax credits in their first 5 years. You guys aren't old enough to remember this probably, but in 1990, after Milwaukee, the fight there took another 5 years to even get one more new program for vouchers. And tax credit scholarships was pretty much the same thing. So why has it been growing faster? Now, it could be that there's a lot of evidence over time that school choice works, or there could be other things going on. So my colleague and I, Michael Schurch here from the Freeman Foundation, wanted to find out why legislators were supporting and favoring ESA programs, and then what the public thought about it. So we gauged this through focus groups. We held 6 focus groups with state legislators over the course of the last year, and then interviewed the main sponsors of the ESA legislation in Nevada, Senator Hammond, Arizona, and Mississippi. And here are the 4 things that we found out about why legislators favor ESAs, often over other ideas. You've heard a lot about this, but it's the individualization and customization that it offers families. ESAs are different than vouchers and tax credits. They're subsidies to vouchers and tax credits are subsidies to parents to afford private schools. ESAs are subsidies to parents to afford a menu of options. And that was really appealing to all the legislators we talked about. This sort of idea that families are really empowered to choose the best opportunity for their kids, not just private school tuition. So that was one of the main reasons we heard from all the legislators about why they favored it. The second one was that ESAs gave parents a strong bargaining chip, power, and in particular power for special needs families, right? So we talked a lot about the importance of special needs. And that's the way the senator or the representative from Mississippi saw it. It was a bargaining chip for power for special needs. And our focus group said this, that it makes a lot of sense to start ESAs with special needs. And we know from our studies at the Freeman Foundation that parents are more satisfied once they get an ESA. So legislators liked it because it gave parents bargaining chip. It gave them power. The third thing they liked, and I'm putting these two together, is that it's real systemic reform that offers a broad path to broad eligibility and that improves public schools. So the focus groups we conducted, all to a person came and said, it's great to start with the ESAs for special needs, but all of us who've been doing that are trying to look to expand the pool. So they saw ESAs as a way to expand it to eligibility. Second, and I'm going to end with this on the legislator things, perhaps Senator Hammond said it best. I'm going to read a quote real quick. The thing I like about an ESA is that it wasn't a voucher where you gave all the money to an institution and said, here you go, take the child. With an ESA, you're saying to parents, here's the money, now find a school that works for your child or a combination of educational services that work for your child. And that's what an ESA did. It's a whole new system, a whole new thought process, a whole new mindset. And the sense that legislators like this idea of a whole new mindset and a whole way of thinking about it. And lastly, there was this great clear sense that it reframed the debate. So the idea of ESAs was no longer about vouchers, public versus private, tax money of corporations versus public. It was about a reframing that allowed legislators to say, I'm for my families, I'm for my children, I'm for my constituents. And that was a huge change, right? Senator Lesko, in fact, described a situation where, faced with the same old arguments over and over again, right? She said, I'm up there and I'm hearing the same arguments I heard for charter schools, for the voucher program, for the tax credit scholarship program, and now for ESAs. And it actually worked that we reframed it around parents and actually were able to say that these are the tired old arguments used against charter schools. And in fact, those arguments have been proven false for charter schools, and those are now false for ESAs. So those are the four reasons legislators that we found liked it. Now, what does the public think? And I'll get to this quickly. So with the exception of a couple subgroups, such as voters over 55, I'm not quite there yet, ESAs are, without a doubt, in terms of polling, the most popular form of school choice. This is particularly true among Hispanics and parents. Let's look at a bit of the numbers. So charter school support from the general public, from our polling at the Freeman Foundation over the years. Last year was 53% support. That's down from 60% support in 2013. Voucher programs, 61% support. That's down from 63% support in 2014. Tax credit scholarship programs, 60% support. That's down from 66% support in 2013. And education savings accounts are at 62%. So currently, they're the highest form of support among the general public. Among Democrats, because we have to have this, first of all, we have to have an honest conversation about Democrats here and Republicans and bipartisanship. We need to have bipartisanship, but the fact is school choice programs have not been passed with a lot of Democrat support. And so we have to have an honest conversation about that, because if you're asking me to not take 5 kids out of a burning house because there are 10 in there and we don't have bipartisan support, I won't do it. We're going to have to save as many as we can, and we're going to have to be as bipartisan as we can. We absolutely have to do that. But we also have to have an honest conversation. And in charter school support among Democrats is actually quite low among legislators still. I was talking to someone about maybe 20% of the Democrat legislators support it. So we have to start having an honest conversation about bipartisanship. But in terms of Democrat support for ESAs and charters, Democrats support charters at 47%, vouchers at 54%, tax credits at 54%, and ESAs at 60%. The largest support among for ESAs are among Hispanics at 73% and parents at 67%. So I'm going to end on this last thing because I have 1 minute left. The favorability numbers are high for education savings accounts, but it's the intensity of support that's even better. So intensity of support is those people who strongly favor the argument minus those people who strongly oppose it. So these are your lovers and your haters, right? So what do we know about the intensity of support for charter schools? It's at plus 10%. So, you have some more intensity of support. Tax credits is plus 12%. Vouchers is plus 13%. ESA's intensity is already at plus 16%. And for Hispanics, the intensity of support is plus 30. What this means is that ESAs generate more positive feelings than they do negative feelings, particularly among Hispanics and parents. So what we learned through our chapter was that it's favored by legislators and popular because it reframes the debate. It talks about individual customers and individual families and constituents. It gets to a path of broad eligibility and systemic reform, and it mirrors what the public supports. So thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Robert. Gerard, go ahead.
So I grew up in California, a state with a lot of cars, just a lot of cars. And at some point, your car is going to break down. And I remember as a kid a commercial for one company that will remain unnamed. And they had a very simple theme. If your muffler broke and you would go to this place, they would look at you. And they would say, here's the price. And you would, oh, it's too much money, da-da-da. And they said, you could see me now or you could see me later. How does this relate to ESAs? Once we pass school choice legislation, ESAs being the latest example, we throw confetti because we're excited. We've draped our legislation in all the right language, parental choice, empowerment, innovation, maybe revolution. That's step one. And waiting for you somewhere across the street from the legislature is a state agency. Right. And what are they saying? You can see me now or you can see me later. And what I wanted to figure out as someone who was part of the see me now, see me later crowd as a state agency person, I wanted to figure out what can we do differently with ESAs that we per se didn't really get right with school choice in the beginning. Because we would pass a great law and then we would find ourselves going back to the legislature the next year to make changes. Or if we made no changes in legislation, we needed to go to a state agency and make changes in rules. And so I was trying to figure out what can we do to incentivize state agencies who are empowered to do this work to get it right either the first or second time, but not have to pay me now, pay me later. When I initially started, I wanted to figure out a way to give innovative recommendations to lawmakers on what to do right. And then I realized that innovation in state agency was an oxymoron. And it's not because we lack good intention. It's simply that state bureaucracies cannot pivot as quickly as we would like. We know from research about education being a loosely coupled institution, non-educational being tightly coupled, but we can't pivot as quickly. And so what I realized is that if we want to incentivize state agencies to do something radically different, we have to give them incentives. And the incentive should be, state agency, you should not be the only player in the game working to make this happen. So there are a few models I took a look at. One is called the DOE model. And even within our movement, there are different opinions about whether or not a DOE can be a fair actor in regulating ESAs. Why? Well, because you're now having to regulate your competition. Can you actually do it? Well, of the 5 states, we have Tennessee and Mississippi who've at least placed for right now the DOE in charge of what it can do. And if we want to look at how a single agency responsible for school reform can make some innovative nudges, we probably are going to have to look at charter schools. Now, all the voucher school programs in the country are regulated by a DOE. All the charter schools as well. And if you take a look at some states, I can mention in Massachusetts or Florida, you see some great things taking place from a DOE. And so I would say, as we think about it from the ESA side of the fence, let's see what they're doing right and try to adopt it. So there's some lawmakers who say, I'm going to stick with the DOE. But there's others who say, I don't think DOE should be involved at all. So we're going to move it to what I call the non-DOE model. And that's a model we have in Nevada, where they've placed the responsibility for rules and regulations within the state treasury's office. Well, guess what? This isn't the first time we've seen a private school choice program regulated by a non-DOE. We currently have 9 states with a tax deduction program. Illinois, for example, is one of the states. All 9 of those programs are regulated by the Department of Treasury or Taxation, depending upon what state you're in. There's a place to look on how do they make this work as a non-DOE and move it over. So that's the second model. Some lawmakers say, you know what? I don't mind another agency being involved, but I think DOE should play a role as well. And so this is what I call the dual agency model. Here's where you have a DOE and let's say a Department of Treasury. The example we have right now is Arizona. If we want to take a look at places where you've had a dual model, there are other school choice programs where you can look as well. One would be Georgia, where they have a tax credit scholarship. The lawmakers said, guess what? Education department, your job is to figure out and approve the private providers who are involved. You kind of know this, it makes sense, but we're going to go to the Department of Revenue, and they're the ones who are going to handle everything dealing with finances, taxation. Why? Because that's what they can do. So that's model 3. Other lawmakers said, I kind of like that model, but if you ever really want to make sure implementation works well, involve a non-government entity. And that is where you have at least one state agency and a nonprofit scholarship organization. Florida currently, as an ESA model, adopted that, but they also were doing that with the largest tax credit program in the country. The DOE is responsible for making sure providers are cleared, making sure that protocols are in place, but the work of actually getting the word out to parents, scholarships, and funding is taken care of by a non-government agency. One benefit of that is, frankly, that no matter who is in the state chief's seat or who's on the Board of Education or in the governor's seat, there is a body in place who can work with families, build institutional knowledge and trust to make sure that will happen. And someone said, well, let's just go one step further. Let's have a dual model or one model, but multiple providers. And so my takeaway from my chapter is this. We're going to have state agencies involved, whether it's a DOE and a state treasurer, or a state treasurer by itself. But there are some lessons we can learn from the tax credit, tax deduction, and voucher movement on how they've utilized non-government actors, because in many ways, they're going to be the ones to spur the innovation. I can tell you, having sat in the seat for regulation, I actually liked making regulations. Not because I wanted to over-regulate, it's because we met every month. The legislature, they don't meet every month. And there are simply things that we can do at our sector to get things done. And so I walk away optimistic that we have multiple models that we can look at, not per se to make ESAs innovative, but as much as to give nudges and incentives to state agencies on how to empower others than just the department to make that happen. So I've learned a lot in the process as well of writing this chapter and look forward to the conversation.
Great. Thanks, Alicia. Go ahead.
So I came to this from an editorial writer's perspective, which means. All right, I came to this from an editorial writer's perspective. So I've covered the legal challenges to, the Florida's tax credit scholarship program, as well as Nevada's ESA. I've also covered the studies that have shown gains in Louisiana's voucher programs. But I never really focused in on the human impact and the qualitative differences that these private school choice programs make, especially on the ground, talking to parents. And it's really amazing what you hear from them, that you learn from them, you learn from their experiences, and I think that can really inform how policymakers shape the ESAs and the regulations and how to make them more user-friendly. Also, how to help parents with their kids. For example, one of the things that parents really liked was that enabled them to personalize the instruction to their special needs kids' individual disabilities. And many of these kids have multiple disabilities, and they may be, for example, an Elias Howard, a student in Arizona, which amazing. He is hyperlexic, so he's very precocious in his reading. And in fact, he taught himself how to play piano. He taught himself how to play the Nutcracker. However, he struggles in other areas. He's autistic. He struggles with a certain history, but his mother can help him out with those areas. They can hire a tutor, and they can go at different paces. So instead of just being in a classroom where one instructor kind of has to move everyone along at the same pace, and there isn't much individualized or customized instruction, they're able to spend a little more time on certain areas or speed along on others, and also focus on areas he really likes. Like, he's really interested in music and art, so he studies the biographies of composers. And what's interesting about that is what they found is that actually makes him more interested in other areas and helps him with his math in areas that he's not necessarily as gifted with. Also, the scheduling flexibility of allowing a lot of these kids do use homeschool. But, there's also the a la carte. They send their kids to school maybe half the day and then they homeschool them. And this is important because they need to make time for therapies like speech therapies or occupational therapy. And they can schedule their appointments around the classes or around when they have tutors coming in. And this is particularly important for parents with several kids. And in my chapter and in my interviews, I found there are many parents with multiple kids with special needs. And some of these parents have actually adopted children with special needs. They've the McMurrays. They have 3 children. This is in Arizona. 3 children from Native American heritage that they've adopted, and who all have various levels of cognitive disabilities, and they're able to at home focus in on the areas that they need help with in particular. Also, some kids need to be able to take sporadic breaks during the day. They can't focus all day. And what you hear from a lot of parents is, we don't really have anything against the public schools per se. They're fine. The instructor was fine there, but they're just not equipped to deal with what my kid, or give the instruction that my kid needs. My kid needs this, my kid needs that, and they're just not equipped to do that. Another thing you hear from parents is that they just don't have the money to provide everything that their kid needs. Occupational therapies, speech therapy, physical therapies, and so they're having to ration therapies. They can only give their kid one thing at a time. They can't provide the extracurriculars, like horseback riding lessons, which actually help movement coordination, that a lot of kids would really benefit from. So ESAs supplement their income in a way, but also really enable them to give their kid the exact the care and specialized attention that they need. Also, they notice growth in just a short period of time. Within a couple months of just being able to individualize the instruction, you'll hear that parents say, 2 months, the kid's, my daughter is a different person. She has grown so much. Her confidence has improved so much. She's able to interact with adults, talk to them. One of the Alicia McMurray, she couldn't talk to. She had struggled to talk to people, and her mother was so proud when she was able to go up to a worker at Goodwill and just ask for directions where the bathroom was. And this is something that you don't really think about, but many of these kids struggle with. And this actually improves the morale of an entire family. We often, in economics, you often talk about multiplier effects. And this is really a multiplier effect on an entire family and even a community, because it eases the burdens, eases the stress on an entire family, and makes it family interactions improve. It makes it a lot easier on the other kids in the family when they're able to, interact with their siblings and also get the attention that they need. Lastly, I guess one thing that parents did struggle with is that they didn't really quite understand the funding formulas. They're like, well, why does my kid only get this much and then that kid gets that much? I mean, is he really entitled to more than my kid? And this is, and even the suppliers, the providers, the private schools that I talked to also didn't quite understand the basis behind them. It often seemed arbitrary. And this is something maybe the state regulators, policymakers could really help clarify to parents or help at least, make more equitable, if that's the right word. But I think that that is something that can be improved. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Senator Hammond.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invite to be here. I think, Gerard, I appreciate extending the invitation to me. Secondly, I do want to say thank you to my employer, my boss, Sherry, who's probably watching right now. Just make sure I don't say anything derogatory towards her or the school that I work at. But it's really is thanks to her that she basically said, you need to go and do what you need, what you need to accomplish in your new role. When I was hired by her a year ago, I think she had no idea that this bill would pass and that my life would change, and so would hers. So I appreciate her allowing me to just leave whenever I need to. And also, as a resident of the state of Nevada, it's my obligation to make sure everybody says the word Nevada correctly each and every time we're at any place. It's an obligation I take seriously now. Thirdly, I'll tell you this. When they asked me to do this, they said, would you mind being a discussant? And of course, as I've told my wife several times, I say yes to a lot of things that I say yes to before I know what I'm getting myself into. So a couple of days ago, I said, what does a discussant do? And as they explained it to me, they said, just point out a few things. I'm not a curmudgeon. I thought that was played well today by Max, but I'm just a positive person too often. I can't get into that role where I'm critical of things, although I will mention a few things that after reading your chapters, some things I would like to see in the chapters later on, or at least an update on them. So anyway, that's my beginning spiel there. And one last thing, when they told me I had 10 minutes, I thought, what am I going to say in 10 minutes? Now, after being here for a few hours and listening to all the chapters, I'm wondering if 10 hours would be sufficient enough to go over what I would like to say. Well, I won't be here for 10 hours. Just calm down. But anyway, let me start by saying this. A lot of whenever I give talks, and people come up and said, "Hey, I saw you, in Texas, or I saw you in Seattle, I saw you in Boston. I really liked what you had to say." Sometimes I'll have to say, "Well, what did I say?" Because I can't remember because I don't write it down. Right, Robert? Don't write anything down. For various reasons. I think today we've had 15 panelists, but at various times the same people up here. I'm the only one who holds currently a political office up here. And so it's not that I'm being careful, it's just that I don't always say everything I want to for obvious reasons. But most of the time when I do talk, it's about my family because that's what's most important to me. And so a lot of things come out as a natural extension of that love for my family. And I'll say this, when people say, well, ESAs are like building a plane in the middle of the sky. I'll say, yeah, sometimes that happens. Let me give you a little background here. I met my wife Memorial Day weekend. It's the first time I ever met her. 3 months later, we were married. It took me about a month after we met, and I kind of said, I think we were out somewhere walking, and I said, hey, you're somebody I could marry. And that was it for her. That was all she needed to know. She went out looking for rings. And she told me that the next day. I said, what are you doing today? I went out looking for rings. Of course, I just laughed because that's my natural reaction to everything. And I said, oh, that's nice. It was not too long after that I asked her to marry me. 2 months after that, we were married because I knew what I wanted in a spouse. I knew what I wanted in a life partner. I knew what I needed to have. And she nearly fit everything. She wasn't perfect. And me, I was even less perfect, and she took a big chance. But we worked on it over the years. We worked on that relationship. We worked on something that we needed. The reason why I mention that is because when I looked at the ESAs, and by the way, it was my wife who actually read me the article from Arizona and said, have you heard about ESAs? And as she read it to me, I realized it had a lot of what we needed. It had customization for children. They get to decide with the parents what kind of an education they want to have. A school, a traditional brick and mortar, particular educational delivery of a way that is delivered, an education service, It had that component to it. That was the second thing that I liked. The fact that we had so much customization allowed for new agents to enter the field of education, which you guys mentioned in your talks. The parents, I loved yours because you talked about the parents. The practical side of this is that parents are seeing a change in children that they didn't think they would have. And besides children who have special needs, it also works for other children. I've spent my life, 16 years so far, in education, and many of the times I would be in a classroom, and I'd have different levels of learners, or different learners who learn different ways. Some of them like to touch things, some of them like to talk, some of them like to just sit there passively and listen because they were inspired that way. Different learners, and so at different times I was hitting, some of the high-level learners, while at the same time, I wasn't hitting the other ones. Or I was hitting the tactile learners, and I wasn't hitting the other ones. And I thought to myself, wouldn't it be great if we could hit our kids at their sweet spot about 80% of the time? Something that, all day. And maybe 20% of the time, it wasn't comfortable for them, but they were learning, because that's sometimes how, you learn things, is to be uncomfortable a little bit, be out of your element. And I thought that would be great if we could do that. And we kind of do that right now in public education. We call them IEPs, individual education plans. And it was years ago when I thought, someday every kid's going to have an IEP. Well, I'd like to accelerate that. And so when my wife is reading this article about ESAs in Arizona, I thought, that's it. It may not be perfect, but I latched myself onto that because I knew that was the vehicle that was going to move us forward, at least the discussion. And you're hearing that now. You're hearing that people are going, okay, wait a second. Now, we had 2 programs in Arizona and Florida that kind of got us going. We're starting to expand it, especially in Arizona. And we were talking about 3 or 4 new iterations of it, right, that we keep including the pie. We're expanding the pie. But then all of a sudden, we get to Nevada. And I said, you know what? It's not enough to have just a certain group included. We need to have everybody. We need to have everybody included because it now expands the number of people who are interested in making sure school choice stays. That was key. People kept coming to me during the legislative process and saying, "Well, would you consider means testing it?" And my response to that was always, "Well, if I means test it, how many more votes does that really get me?" And the answer was 0. It never got me any more votes. Now, if anything, it may have decreased the number of people who were willing to support something. I said, well, that's not what I want to do. So the only thing I did when they asked me to means test it, I actually increased the amount of money some segments of the population got if they met a certain criteria. So if they met a certain criteria, they got 100% of the DSA as opposed to only 90%. So after I did that, nobody came up to me anymore. They just kind of figured, well, geez, he's going to start finding other ways to get more money instead of looking at the means testing. So they didn't come to me anymore, and they kind of like that. I tell you, I think that when we discuss these ideas, I'm going to hit a couple of these things right here. I know I only got a few minutes left. Like I said, I could talk forever, and maybe I should just say it really quick. That I'm hoping that New York comes out of me. That was my birthplace was New York, and I used to be able to talk really fast. Very few people could understand me when I did that, but maybe you'll hear something that maybe you'll ask a question later on I can clarify. I absolutely love the fact that you're asking parents about their intensity, about their love of this. I'm telling you right now, when I knock doors, and that's the practical side of what I do now during the campaign season, we have polled and polled and polled, especially not my area. Almost everybody I talk to, economy and education are the top things. And when they hear my name, they go, wait a second, I know you from somewhere. And I was kind of beat around until finally they go, no, that's not it. I'm a state senator. No, that's not it either. I said, well, I also believe in educational choice. And they go, oh, do you know anything about the ESA program? I say, yes, I do. And they go, I said, I passed that. And they go, I love you. And I don't care if it's an independent, a Democrat, Hispanic, white, black, everybody I've run across. This is up in the 70%. When we poll, this is up in the 70% approval rating. It does really well because everybody believes that every child should benefit. This is for every child. And that's what I love about it. And you heard the practical side. Now, the other thing that I loved, we were talking about agencies. I think that the agency that we chose is good. I like the idea of having two agencies, kind of, because the more you spread it out, the more you get them all involved, all the agencies. I suppose I don't want to go too much, because then all of a sudden you got problems there too. But I'm curious as we go forward when you're talking about all the programs. I loved in Arizona you said that the more we were using this, the more private schools and private entities came in. That was one argument that was used against me. Well, we don't have a lot of private schools in Nevada. So to quote a very famous movie, if you build it, they will come. And I took heart, and I took courage, or I'm encouraged by the finding that you had in that paper there, because I believe that will happen. My thought, though, my last thought that I'll say is, I'm hoping that we see the reduction, because a lot of criticism towards the Nevada program is that we're only giving $5,100, and that's not a lot. But I think that as you have more and more market players, that pricing will come down, and that's the other thing I'd like to see some studies, and that is, are the price points coming down in a lot of this educational service? And I'll leave you with that.
Great. So we're going to open up to the audience in just a little bit. If you have questions over the internet, just tweet them at ESAs at AEI, or you can tweet them directly at me at Adam Pischak, and I'll get to those. A couple questions I have first. I think I have questions for each of you. One of the first ones that struck me, especially in reading Alicia's chapter, was how the parents viewed their children improving. And this is one that stuck out to me. This woman talking about her son. She said, "For the first time in 10 years, Elias is finally able to complete an entire week at school without me being called to pick him up, without him having any meltdowns, and with more academic and behavioral progress than we have seen his entire life." So she's saying this is the first time he's ever been able to attend school for a week without having a meltdown. And we've had a lot of conversations today about accountability. How do you capture something like that into an accountability system? Alicia, if you could probably expand a little bit more on what these parents are seeing. Parents are seeing some kind of quantitative growth. They're seeing things that change in them. But how do we capture these things to let the public know that things are actually progressing as they should be? And I'll open that up to anyone.
Making evaluation systems is very obviously it's very contentious. Teacher evaluation systems, and how do you hold these programs accountable? And there were some parents raised the issue. Well, we need to hold these programs accountable. Otherwise, we won't be able to maintain public support for them. If just any kind of suppliers could come into the marketplace and offer, services that aren't really making much of a difference. And how you hold these, or how you find some accountability is, I thought Holland Hines, who was Elia's mother, had to create a Yahoo group. This is to basically share their stories and share information about providers and say, this one's really good, and making recommendations. And that is one form. It's not a form of government accountability, but it definitely does kind of help shift and funnel money or to the better providers, better suppliers, and help weed out those who are not doing as good of a job.
Right. Gerard, question. When you're talking about departments of education, do you see any role for special offices within departments of education? I know you were commissioner of Florida. They have a office of school choice. Do you think there's benefit to having an independent office, or does it just grow the bureaucracy, or do you think that it could be a niche where they can actually help work on ESAs?
It depends upon the size of the state and the number of kids they're serving. So Florida, it made sense to have an office of school choice because the state had so many school choice programs. At one point, it had the A+ program before it was found unconstitutional. We also have now, of course, ESAs, the tax credit program. We have the John McKay program as well for special needs students. So it made sense. Fast forward to Virginia, a place where I had to serve as Secretary of Education. Many years ago, we decided to close our office for private schools. Why? Because we partnered with an organization, PAVE, that's not PAVE, it's the Council for Private Education in Virginia. And we said, you know what, rather than the Department of Education working to accredit private schools, or to write all the regulations for private schools, surely there's some role we still play. We actually put that off to a nonprofit organization, and they actually work very closely with the private schools. And so from that standpoint, it was no need for us to have an office. There's a tendency when you create legislation to create different departments to regulate it. I would be cautious because there's some times where you need to do it because simply you need to bring in experts who solely focus on that. We see that with pre-K and early childhood programs. There's simply a room to create a separate department for them because it's so nuanced. So I would say it's a state-by-state evaluation. Florida, it made sense. Maybe not so much right now for Virginia because we don't have ESAs and other those programs yet.
And if I could add a little bit to both of those comments, as a legislator, my concern is always how large are we going to grow the bureaucracy? How many more agencies or how many more people we're going to employ is there a need? I think as we see more and more students take advantage of the program, you'll see probably a decrease in the number of people employed by public education, which I think then, if we need to, with those people, reallocate those resources either in the bureaucracy or somewhere else, we can do that. I think that, quite honestly, I think people, especially as you see in the millennials come up, they do a great job of figuring out what works and what doesn't. They talk to each other, much like the Yahoo group that you mentioned, Alicia, in your talk, in your chapter. I think they do a great job of talking to each other about what the provider is giving them, what's needed, what's not needed, and the servicers, they'll change as they see the need. And so I'm not sure that every state, like you said, Gerard, that every state will need the same system. I think that there's room for some sort of choice there as well, some differences.
Great. Robert, a question on the polling. So it sounds like from all the polling we've seen from your organization and others that more universal programs, larger eligibility are generally seen more favorably by the public. And the more you get into niche groups, the less support there is. Yet it seems almost the opposite in state legislatures, which is interesting to me, that more often than not, you're going to pass the more niche program, and the universal programs, unlike Nevada, are few and far between. So what do you think is the disconnect there? Why is there so much support for universal and then so little kind of translating in state houses?
It's a great question. So I think two things. One, that support on the polling is across the board. All demographics, all age groups, everyone. Democrats, African Americans, poor, rich, all of them support universal more than means tested. So that's an important point to make. Second, I think that's the way it was. I think after Nevada, to say it correctly, and after Indiana, you're seeing more and more big programs on the table and less outside of the special needs. So there's a lot of special needs efforts. But if you look at the bills that are being put out there now, the minimum is 200% of free and reduced price lunch. It used to be a lot lower than that. So I don't think it's as bad as it used to be. But here's the reason why that's happening. We're doing that to ourselves. The school choice movement is shooting itself in the foot every time by negotiating with ourselves before we negotiate with our opponents, right? Every single time. Senator Hammond said it best. And who came to you and asked you to means test it? Supporters. It wasn't people who opposed, it was supporters. And he said, why would I? I didn't lose a vote. So we have to stop saying this conversation is just about, doing it for those who have least. I care deeply about those who are the least among us. I mean, that's why I was a social worker in my first career. That's why I worked in liberation theology before I did that. I care deeply about it. But I want something sustainable. And if we're going to have this conversation about social justice, it seems to me social justice is having something in place where all families can access this, particularly poor families, and I can go back to being a social worker. So I don't think it's going to be the way it used to be, Adam. I think you're going to see, because of Nevada, because of Indiana, the broader programs out there. But the reason it's happening, in addition to the opponents, our opponents do this great job of sticking us into a corner. You got to be accountable, right? And they don't define accountability. They just presume it's the same as public schools, because that's worked so well, right? So they put it over here, and then we look at ourselves and say, oh, we really want to help people who are poor, which often, by the way, gets conflated with people who are black and Hispanic. Right? If you actually have a real honest conversation with this, it often happens. But a lot of the people I work with, like at the 100 Black Men, they want universal choice because they want power. And they understand that. So I think it used to be that way, and I think our opponents, of course, are going to put us in a corner, but we do it to ourselves as well.
And if I could add, just again, I can't disagree with what you said at all. Well, because you keep quoting me, so I'm not going.
It's a good political trick I learned.
And it works really well. One of the things when we decided to do it universal, one of the things I could point out to detractors of the ESA program is I could always say, look, we have another bill going through the process at the same time. It was called the Opportunity Scholarship. The Opportunity Scholarship basically was designed to help those who were less fortunate, didn't have the financial means. And that was means tested, and of course, and then we have groups that are dispersing those monies. But the great thing about the Opportunity Scholarship, which of course was being pushed also by our governor at the time, was that it can be added to the ESA. So a student who qualified for an ESA could potentially, if they had the right criteria, receive monies through the Opportunity Scholarship. So now you have you can marry the $5,100 to another $1,800 or $2,000 depending on whatever they're awarded, and now they can go to whatever school. They can use that together. So again, that was a way for the philanthropy. That we were discussing earlier, there it is right there. And I think we're going to see more and more programs. I mean, you also have many of our private schools. We don't have many in Las Vegas or in Nevada in general, but we have a lot of schools who offer scholarships to some of them who are underserved. And so now with the ESA, you're freeing up money that the schools themselves can then use to include more students who come from economic disadvantaged families.
Let me add just one more thing. I totally agree with Scott on all that. So when I say we're doing it to ourselves, we're doing it to ourselves in the political front, right, in the legislative battles, thinking it will buy us a vote. It doesn't often do that. But I also think we're not being ideologically consistent with ourselves in this conversation. If you support means testing, right, for private school choice, then you absolutely have to support means testing for charter schools or for public schools. Because the largest two systems that we have that create the largest disparity between the haves and have-nots are zip code assigned, segregated public schools, right? So if we're going to be okay with that, because you really have choice here, and I've heard talk about free marketers, but you have a choice between a system, we're trying to radically reform a system as a whole, or redress the injustice of the current system. And the current system is unjust. That's fine. I want to redress that. But if we leave it here, we're going to be fighting the same fight over and over again ideologically. We have to be talking about radically restructuring the system as a whole, and ESAs offer the opportunity to do that.
And in addition, we're talking about the future here. I know that we've had discussions about mean testing in the past, but where we're going in the future, it's really about the money following the student. Right. Whether you're rich, whether you're poor, it's about the money following the student, because that's where we're going. Millennials are completely used to customizing everything in their lives, right? And they're not going to stop when it comes to education. The millennials are the ones who gravitate towards this because it talks about their child's need, no matter how many children you may have. I'll say that some families who come to me, they have 4 or 5 kids and say, well, for this kid, I send him to private school. This student really likes this charter school because of whatever programs they offer. My charter school happens to have a lot of clubs and activities after school. It actually resonates well with our clientele, and we do come up with our culture and our curriculum depending upon our clientele. That's the beauty of choice schools. Every child is a little bit different. I mean, I always use my family as the model of how all the kids are different. And then somebody pointed out, well, yeah, but you've got adopted children, so yeah, they're all different. I go, okay, maybe that's a poor example, but even with parents who have 4 or 5 offspring from the same parents, they're all individual. They're all different. They learn differently. Some of them, again, thrive in a private school situation, some at home, some in public school, because that's the model they like and that's where they feel comfortable. So this is the future. We're going towards customization for every child.
Great. So we're going to open up to the audience now. I have a question here from Twitter that I'll ask. They want to know what can we do generally to let people, parents and individuals, know more that these ESAs exist? Are there any suggestions that you can do that you're doing either in your state center, Hammond, or the Freedman Foundation is doing across the country that we can actually help inform the parents who can benefit from this, that it actually exists?
You want to go?
In Nevada, we're working with the senator and others to, and other groups. FEE's been awesome on this, right? And it has others to inform the parents of their options, get them signed up as much as we can. So a lot of groups go out and get families up. To be honest, though, the press has a huge role to play in this. And I mean, I think the stories that you've written about these families, the more we get those out, the more. I mean, I heard the story about you said the family a week without having to be called. That story in and of itself will drive more people to sign up than anyone else, right? So there's an element of getting that out, but there's a lot of groups that do this.
Yeah, and I agree. As an administrator myself, I deal with 2 or 3 students at our school often, and sometimes calling their parents weekly. And the times when they don't hear from us for a while, the parents are just, one, they just love the fact that their kid's fitting in, or that maybe my phone wasn't working, and that's what they were worried about. And so they call us up just to make sure we're still around. We're trying to get the word out. We're trying to create organizations that will go out there and do that work, because the parents need to know. Right now, word of mouth is getting around, but it's not enough. I think there'll be more people, more groups in Nevada. Again, if you build it, they will come. Right now, there's a lot of groups that just really want to help out, especially in those areas that are underserved. We had a discussion earlier about the airline industry and about deregulation. I'll tell you this, coming from Nevada, where Senator Cannon was instrumental also in the deregulation, it had an overnight effect in Las Vegas. Right before we deregulated the airlines, we had about 5 airline companies that would come in and deliver service in Las Vegas. Almost overnight, within a month, we went from 5 to 22 carriers. And it's only increased. When I moved to Nevada in the 90s, we were 50-some carriers coming in and out of the Mcshane airport. And I know that because my wife, I told you, she married somebody who was imperfect. She asked me to go out and get an apartment. Big mistake. I got the apartment, never thinking that the planes that flew right over our apartment would be really loud at night. You never think about that stuff in the middle of the day. But in the 90s, when we were growing incredibly fast, we had a plane going overhead probably every 4 or 5 minutes, keeping her awake all night. I knew that. I know that because she let me know that. But that's what happens, and I think that you're going to see the same thing happen here. We'll find ways to get that out to people, but that is definitely a challenge.
And there's a role for state agencies as well. I'll give you an example. So in Florida, I had a chance to partner with some of my larger superintendents of my larger school systems, 200, 300, 400,000 students. And they allowed me to record, I believe, for about a minute. I'm going to say a notice about a new reform in education. It went to over 3,000 homes. This coming from your state chief. This is what we're going to do in partnership with your superintendent. So that's one thing we were able to do through partnerships. That was with the wider area. Number 2, we created a teacher portal, a portal for teachers in the state to actually communicate with DOE and for us to send information to the right teachers, teacher groups, and others who would then spread the word. So that was good use of technology. And many state agencies, particularly DOEs, have an Office of Family Engagement. And they wake up and go to sleep every morning trying to figure out how do we get the word out to parents. It's going to take technology. It's going to take this, and also what I call the soul-to-soul approach, putting on shoes, S-O-L-E, and talking to people, S-O-U-L.
Great. So are there any questions in the audience? Yeah, back there. Just say who you are and prefer a question, but if it's a comment, make it something that we can respond to.
Sure. Pat Burke with the Pat Berg with the Philanthropy Roundtable. I'm just interested in this field of dreams, if you build an analogy, just because I feel there are donors and investors who may be a bit more skeptical or jaded than Kevin Costner and James Earl Jones when building their field. So I'm wondering, what's the practical way of instilling that growth mindset in states where there are choice policies on the books so that you are building the supply set up so that they will come and the students will have somewhere to go to?
Oh, I'll say this: if you only have time enough to read one chapter, this is the chapter I would read, because this is the Bible. I'm gonna make sure I pronounce it right, Alicia. Right? Alicia's chapter is important because you're getting feedback from actual users of the system, and the enthusiasm when you read Mr. Enlow's chapter is overwhelming. The skepticism, again, in my mind, melts away when you see that this is the potential to change. Look, my idea, I've always wanted to change. I've been in education this is my 17th year, but I told my wife years ago what I would like to see is change in the educational delivery. I'd like us to see a fundamental change, and this does it because now you're putting the onus on the parents to come up with the education plan for their kids. This changes the system. Nobody's going to sit there and say this is the way every school ought to be. And look, I've taught now. I taught for 16 years in the 5th largest school district, and every time someone came up and said, "Here's the panacea. This is the way every single school should be," they come up with this idea that, oh, it was great. We watched it. We saw it in one school. When we started in a school, it looks great, it feels great, it's going to work for every school. Now you deliver it out to every single school. Let me tell you, Las Vegas isn't very big, but it has differences between one part of the town and another part of the city. You know, the dynamics change among students, and that one plan did not work very well, in another part. And all of a sudden you're wasting time, money. Let the parents figure out what works and what doesn't. Let the resource allocation is really important in our system. And now you're starting to see the parents say, this is where I want to allocate my resources because this works. And if it doesn't quite work, as you saw in the chapter of Alicia, you saw somebody say, well, I had them in private school for a year and it didn't quite work. So then I went to this and then this worked, or a hybrid where I was in a private school for a little bit and then I was also homeschooling because I brought in these tutors, or this delivery system. That works. And now all of a sudden you've got a satisfied parent, you got a satisfied child, and now you've got a system that works for you. You don't have to worry about test scores coming back to find out if it's working.
Choice incentivizes school principals and others to think differently. So in my chapter, I referenced the Milwaukee Parental Choice Program, largest urban-based choice program in the country. I say urban-based because Vermont and Maine had vouchers long before. There were several black pastors in Milwaukee who realized two things. Vouchers are likely here to stay in Milwaukee, and number two, most of the kids who attend Catholic and Lutheran schools aren't Catholic or Lutheran. They're actually Protestants. So 7 pastors got together and decided they were going to create a private school funded solely or primarily by voucher money. The miracle really was the fact that 7 pastors got together and agreed on one thing. That was real miracle. But the school opened and they moved forward. So I would say as you look at ESAs, you're also going to have an incentive for people to say, how can I enter this market because they're serving students that frankly live around me? Why aren't doing it? So lessons we can learn.
Since I'm always the curmudgeon or the doubter here, look, Milton Rose said that they were 2 lucky people. Philanthropy's been great, right? And it always has been and always will be. But sometimes philanthropy drives a train places it shouldn't go. So, for example, if you look at the ed reform movement right now, how much money is spent on charters versus private school choice, right? The numbers are staggeringly different, right? And the same thing is true about other areas. How much was spent on standards? How much was spent on testing? That's all fabulous. Now, I would argue standards and testing have been a radical failure, but that's a whole other conversation. The question I think about ESAs that are so important for philanthropists is it sets the different nature of the consumer provider unlike other things like vouchers and tax credits. Because it puts the consumer back in the middle, you're going to rely less on philanthropy, or philanthropy is going to be used in a better and more effective way. Right now, philanthropy is there to help, and have been awesome, but help grow private schools, help build organizations to advocate. ESAs can stop that, because when a parent starts to have real power over their dollars, you're going to see a different dynamic. You're going to see Ubers. You're not going to see private school groups. And so I think one of the things I would argue about philanthropy is they need to be a little bit more forward-thinking on this, and a little bit more humble, like Two Lucky People.
I just want to add to that. When I talk to suppliers as well and providers in private schools, and in a lot of these places, it's $25,000 is what it costs to educate a kid. An ESA does not cover it in that, and most ESAs won't cover that. And so their students are either reliant on institutional scholarships, the school actually providing aid. So for a lot of these schools, the principals and the chairman who I spoke to said they have to raise about 75% of the cost to provide the education per student. The student only probably covers 25% of the actual cost. And they have many students on the wait list that they would like to, like hundreds of students in some of these schools on wait lists that they cannot educate, even with the ESA, because they don't have the private philanthropy backing.
Okay, well, I think we're out of time. Help me give a round of applause for our panel. Thank you. All right, I think that wraps it up for the day. So thank you for coming. There's more materials outside. I think the panelists will probably stick around for a little bit if you want to chat with them, but thank you for coming.
Thanks.
How things evolve from one conversation in New Hampshire. Now
I know.
This is good.